my geography is pretty strong, but I was like, my geography is pretty strong, but I was like, Liechtenstein, which one is that nestled between again?
It is between, it's by Germany, by
Switzerland, I want to say, or
yeah,
France.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's a great time of year to be in Europe as well. You know, just beautiful weather in May and June, um, and it's before it gets too hot. I really enjoy my time in Europe, but my one gripe is that a lot of Europe still doesn't use very much in the way of air conditioning. Certainly casinos do, but a lot of other places it's just not that common. So if you go at like peak of summer, there's not the ability to just like duck into any building every time you need to cool off because many of them it just won't be any cooler. So you're going right during that peak beautiful time in like May and June. You see this pot developing between Hollederer and Ten Cate, two of our larger stacks, tangling on Jack 10-3. And sized up, see that from Ten Cate of 350,000. Hollederer will make the call. So 1.4 million in this pot going to the turn. Bringing the six of clubs and putting a flush draw on our board. And the turn does go check, check. Four clubs on the river will complete that backdoor flush draw. That's the big blind. Want to retake the lead here. He will check once more. And another check from Ten Cate. Looks like, I believe, a jack. Yes, Jack 9 from our big blind up against the ace queen. I gotta say, if I'm Ten Cate with ace queen and the ace of clubs, I am really tempted to fire three barrels there. And even if you check back the turn, which I, I honestly don't think with that particular combo he should on such an inconsequential turn that actually helps our equity a little bit. Actually, doesn't really help our equity so much as it creates the possibility that on a third club we can go bet, bet, and then huge bet and put the big blind in an absolute bind. And I think that had the pre-flop raiser chose that route of firing three barrels and betting really big on the river with the third club, I think he gets away with it at this final table. Now I don't know too much about Hollederer's tendencies, and he did have the nine of clubs in his hand, blocking a few flush draw combinations. But I think on that low club turn, our pre-flop raiser missed a good opportunity to double barrel and set up the triple on the river. I think if the turn is a four of spades, just a brick, I actually think the pre-flop raiser should still have some betting volume in that spot. These low inconsequential cards, are better for the pre-flop raiser on a board like Jack 10x than something that interacts with that, like say an eight. Um, as an eight would fill Queen nine straight. It would give two pair to some hands that defend like Jack 8 and 10-8. Whereas a four is basically purely inconsequential. And so the strong hands in the pre-flop raisers range remain strong and unchanged by that four. So I think when you do have the ace of the backdoor flush draw, the deck is giving you an opportunity to capture the pot by continuing your aggression. The
Holder
other
gets another walk there.
Yeah, the other aspect to think about with that hand is it was between two of our bigger stacks, and whoever is real chip leader slash table captain here gets to capture a lot of value just by pushing the rest of the table around by being the clearest big stack. And so if you're kind of among the big stacks and have an opportunity to win a pot that will separate you between them and the others, I think it's worth taking because there is some future game equity added to your play just by building up a large enough stack that you get to steamroll some of the other opponents and lock up the larger stacks from pushing back at you for fear of busting out. All right, a raise to 250 from under the gun. Foe in the big blind making the call. Leads us to a king 8-4 monotone flop. It is a bet of 250 from Ten Cate.
Foe pondering this decision to 250. Raises to 650, and now 10K has 400,000 to call.
Not a good feeling as the pre-flop raiser to get check raised on a monotone board from the big blind. The big blind is actually going to have a lot more flush combinations than our pre-flop raiser.
Jack of diamonds on the turn.
Tjauw Foe. In the tank here.
It's got that stare. I like it.
Yeah, what scares me about these situations is just most people aren't really sure what they're supposed to be bluffing with on monotone boards. And that leans me towards believing most of the time you get check raised, you're running into value, like a huge percentage of the time. Because even if you ask other professional poker players, like, okay, board comes king 8-4, you're in the big blind. What are you check raising as a bluff? A lot of people don't really have a clear answer.
10K's moved all in.
Look at this. Cate all in Tjauw Foe. Now in the tank with a huge portion of his stack already in this pot. He doesn't seem thrilled about this situation.
How could he be?
Yeah. If he has a flush, he can feel pretty good about it. And I did think that that was going to be a lot of what we saw from him. Now, I'm guessing it's more likely he has some kind of, I don't know, two pair, an 8-4 suited.
Does make the call. So we'll see what happens here. We have these cards. He's got ace 10. He's got the nut flush on.
Wow.
10 Kate.
I am surprised he shoved the turn. And
Foe has a flush as well.
There it is. Yeah, I thought that it would make a lot of sense for the big blind to have a flush here. And props to Tjauw Foe for actually considering that he might be in trouble facing the jam, which He was right. I mean, he even had a pretty big flush, but it's not the kind that can beat the jam of Ten Cate, of course, with the nuts. So, what a cooler we just saw there.
That'll put Ten Cate up at the chip lead with over 11 million and 105 big blinds.
I'm a little surprised he shoved the turn. When you have the nuts, I'd be inclined to just call in position and let the big blind continue on the river, whether he has two pair, he has a bluff, he has a flush. I generally believe the money is going to continue going into the river. And of course,
All right, Sint is under the gun here. He lets it go. Now Van Den Berg. Who also folds. Costa Diaz with 100,000 to call. Also folding. Fitz raises to 200,000. Hollederer lets it go. Roebroek folds as well. Now to our chip leader, Ten Cate makes the call.
up to 100 big blinds now for our chip leader.
Here comes a flop. It's Jack, 6 deuce.
Two of our bigger stacks tangling here once more.
Ten Cate checks. Fitz makes it 150, and Ten Cate now does fold. Fitz wins this pot. Increases his stack by 300,000.
So 10K, if he wants, with this big chip lead, can really open up his game, especially with a 9 and a 10 big blind stack. There's an opportunity to really push the stacks beneath him around for the moment until their fates are decided. Back with Costa Diaz. We'll let that one go.
All right, Hollederer is raised to 225. Folded to Sint, who also lets it go. Now Van Den Berg in the big blind has 125 to call. He will also fold. Hollederer will win this pot.
Is that a glass of champagne at the final table?
Yeah, I see
celebrating early. What time is it over there? Early afternoon?
Yeah, it's I think sometime around 6 o'clock. I think
6 in the evening.
6 in the evening. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Now remind me, was there a closing time for the casino over there?
yeah. It's 5:08 p.m.
5:08. And
Yeah,
when do we know when the casino closes?
it closes at 2:30 because they actually played all the way to 2:30 last night. Didn't quite reach the final table, only got down to 10, so they had to shut it down and come back today. Played 10 to 8.
It always feels a little unusual to me when a casino has a closing time. And
Yeah.
so much of the world, and especially Las Vegas, casinos never close. Van Den Berg from the small blind is all in over the raise of Fisz.
All in for 1.1 million. He's used a time extension chips. Again, they're using the action clock here, so they have 30 seconds to make their decision. If they haven't used it at that time, then you have to use a time chip. Once they use that time chip, they have an additional 30 seconds. And if they're out of time chips, it goes to an automatic fold in this spot. And it looks like Fitz did lay it down. Van Den Berg gets this one through, takes down the pot.
Yeah, there's just so much more fold equity on a short stack at a final table that you can get some of those through. Earlier in the tournament, a lot less likely that your 10 big blind reshove is going to get the pre-flop raiser to lay it down. But at these final tables, 10 big blinds, 12 big blinds, actually a little more maneuverable than you might think. Always feels good when you have a wall of chips in front of you. That's when you know the poker session's going well. I remember starting my career trying to build walls in home games. All right, action. One of our short stacks, Roebroek, sitting on 10 big blinds. Over to our other short stack, Sint, with champagne. We'll let that one go. Van Den Berg on the cutoff as well. Some more blind versus blind action, but there is no action this time around. Hollederer will take the walk. Matt, you were telling me about your travel schedule. Are you going to Seminole Hard Rock as well?
I'll be there as well. Yes.
Okay.
A lot of travel going actually to Thunder Valley tonight.
Yes.
I will see you there tomorrow
Oh,
morning.
perfect. Yes. We do have a main tour stop there tomorrow, $3,500 buy-in.
It's actually been a little while since we've done a main tour stop at Thunder Valley. We had one of our last WPT deep stack events there that has essentially been converted or replaced by the WPT Prime series that we were seeing here before us. But that event saw Mike Rosito take down the $2,500 buy-in deep stack event for a bit over $250,000 at the very end of 2021. I think that was the last time I had been to Thunder Valley, so I'm looking forward to another visit to that property. Ben Irwin and his team there do a great job. Meanwhile, Costa Diaz all in from the cutoff for 1.6.
Yeah, so we do have a Champions Club dinner for you as well. It's on the first day. So make sure you take part in that, Tony.
I'll be there.
All right.
And we do have an all-in and a call. I believe maybe 2 ace-kings. No, we have an ace-queen suited and an ace-king suited. And this is the larger stack here. So the Costa Diaz, all in and at risk with the ace-queen suited. We will go to a flop. And it's quite a good one for his ace-queen suited. 5, 4, 2, 2 spades, giving him outs to a flush and outs to a chop with a 3. Queen of diamonds on the turn. And so now only 2 outs remain for Fisz to get the entire pot. He can also catch an offsuit 3. 9 of spades will lock it up for Costa Diaz. Our short stack, one of our short stacks, will double up there and avoid an untimely elimination. Yeah, I was looking at potentially going to Seminole Hard Rock this year, but this is the first year where it seemed to me that the flight options down to South Florida had become quite limited. And I'm wondering if you noticed this as well, Matt. Historically, there have been a decent amount of options between Las Vegas and South Florida, whether that means you want to fly into Miami or Fort Lauderdale. This time around, I think there was only 3 or 4 options. One of them was a red eye. One of them was leaving Vegas at like 6 a.m. or something. One of them was on Frontier. No, thank you. And so I've actually decided not to go just because of how inconvenient the flight options were.
That's too bad.
I feel like in the past, I've normally been able to find, an 11 a.m. flight on American or something like that gets in the evening there. You get some dinner, you get some rest. But I think my days of taking red eyes just to play every poker tournament are behind me. Or taking Frontier for that matter. I've had a couple of Frontier flights over the last few years, and every time I'm just like, why did I do this to myself? I also recently, you may have seen, Amsterdam local, Steve O'Dwyer, very successful poker player, had a snafu with Lufthansa Airlines where they basically lost his luggage for like 2 weeks and made no effort to really help him. And I had a similar experience with Frontier when I flew home to Madison, Wisconsin. They were the only people that did direct flights to Madison, and they lost my luggage for over a week and basically were no help anytime I contacted them attempting to find it. And so, that also put me off taking their flights.
Have you done the air tags? So where you're.
I do now.
Yeah.
I do now. That was actually what made me change my mind. As it turned out, it was sitting in the Madison airport, and I kind of questioned whether it had been there the entire time because I didn't get it back until I took my departure flight home. And I was like, can you guys at least go check on this bag for me and see if it's around? I've called Frontier, I don't know, 5, 10 times or something, and they just have no information. And they're just like, oh yeah, it's here. And I was, I was happy to get my bag, but I wanted somebody to curse out so bad. I wasn't gonna, some poor person at this Madison airport who probably had nothing to do with the whole situation. But I was just like, man, this is ridiculous. In all likelihood, this bag has been sitting here for days, and I've been calling you guys, and you just have no idea. It was actually Steve O'Dwyer that I did the commentary with for my last event attending Amsterdam.
Roebroek has shoved all in here for 840,000.
He will get that one through. A quick look at our leaderboard. 3 stacks between 2 big blinds at the bottom. Costa Diaz now with some breathing room up at 32 big blinds.
Diaz folds under the gun. Fitz does win. Out of the big blind here, gets a walk. These chips are, green chips are 25Ks, and the other chips are 100,000. And you do see Holder, the chip leader does have that wall of chips.
We have this blind versus blind flop, and a limp pot, and a board reading Queen, Queen, 10, 2 clubs, and a heart. Bet of 100K from our big blind. We'll quickly take that pot down. Well, Matt, I'm sure they're missing you on the golf course this morning.
Actually, supposed to be heading to the Thunder Valley because there's a couple events going on today. We have a wine tour that's going on.
And I saw something that I want to say Tyler had organized, some kind of, was it a golf outing leading up to the event?
Yeah, I was there last week for the 1K that they had. They actually had 1,400 entries for that, but it actually got rained out.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah.
It's actually been here on the West Coast. I can't speak for California, but Nevada has actually had its coldest spring in something like 40 or 50 years. More precipitation than I would have guessed. I was out practicing my serve yesterday, and I got hailed on for a minute there. Oh, and we have some action. A raise to 450,000 from DaCosta Diaz, a surprising 4.5 times the big blind raise. And I guess that's because here we see the Roebroek in the big blind is very short. Diaz essentially saying, I am going to raise it so big that you can't call and see a cheap flop. You have to make a decision as to whether you are all in or folding here, which explains why he sized up so much. What's your handicap like these days?
11.5.
That's pretty good.
That's not bad.
Yeah. And that's just what you tell people.
That's it.
Fives the stun going up to 200,000.
Fist raises to 200,000. Flop queen, queen 8. Fist raises or bets 150 and Ten Cate calls 150. Turn card is the 10 of spades. There are now 3 spades on the board.
Pretty interesting turn card. Not only fills the flush draw, but Jack 9 as well.
The quick check, check, a 9 of hearts on the river.
And he does get called there. Let's have a look. Bet of 350,000 for the big blind with a pair of threes. Up against the ace 10. Fisz makes the call. And his hand is good. So the big blind turning his threes into a bluff, I believe. I think there, Matt, with a spade in his hand and on the 4 straight 3 flush board, if he wants to bluff, it's going to need to go a little bigger. But as we can see, our players are on break, which means we are on break. So we will be back shortly with more action from the Holland Casino.
Tony. They need to reset this somehow. Because I'm definitely getting an echo.
We are back in action at our final table. Our blinds have gone up to 75,000, 125,000, with 125K big blind ante. Folds around to Hollederer, the cutoff. And now our short stack Roebroek on the button is all in for his last 6 or 7 blinds. One of the other short stacks, Sint, with the decision in the big blind, he does cover. It would be the majority of his remaining stack. Dealer will count it down. And it looks like the short stack will get that one through. Always a good feeling when you are on the short stack. So that will put Roebroek just a hair above Sint on our leaderboard. 3 players, 10 big blinds or less right now at this final table. Good opportunity for our chip leader to really take the reins until their fates are decided. Raised to 300,000 from Costa Diaz now. Hollederer on the hijack with the decision. And he will let that one go. Diaz will take that one down. I believe he showed a pair of 3s, or maybe it was the big blind. Now, just one elimination so far at our final table. Has left a few of our players very short at this stage. Under the gun player, Fisz will go up to 250,000.
Tony, are you hearing me again?
Yes, welcome back,
All
Mr.
right.
Savage. You're joining us
Great.
for a 3-bet pot. Ten Cate going up to 750,000 with the 3-bet. Good opportunity for the big stack to apply some pressure on Fisz, the middle stack, but looks like a real decision from our opener here. But he does let that one go. And as I was saying earlier, there is a great opportunity for the chip leader to apply pressure right now with 3 stacks at 10 big blinds. If some of these medium stacks open, making 3-bets like the one we just saw should work out very nicely. Puts those players in a bind. I've actually been doing a lot of study in exactly these kind of spots lately, Matt, as ICM poker is very tricky and dynamic. Knowing what kind of hands you're supposed to continue with there as the pre-flop raiser can feel quite awkward, especially with 3 short stacks around the table. You don't get to do much. That's the cliff notes. You really don't get to do much. Down to Van Den Berg on the button. Now to Costa Diaz in the small blind.
Got a good crowd there watching, Tony. I like to see that.
They do. Actually, that's strong rail for this event. Call from the small blind. And a quick check from the big. Brings us to an ace, queen, jack flop. Should favor the small blind here, the big blind with any two cards.
A 9 on the turn. A 4 of diamonds on the river. That does put a flush up there, possible. Check, check. And the small blind does show down. And Diaz does wins the spot. And we have a shove here. Roebroek has shoved 1.2 million under the gun. Ten Cate, Sint fold. Now on to Diaz, who's giving it a look here. He does let it go. This also folds now to the chip leader in the big blind.
Hollederer with a bit of a decision, but he does let that one pass.
Roebroek takes down 325 here. Increases him up to 11 big blinds. Exactly 1,000 entries in this event, Tony.
Great turnout here at Holland Casino.
First place, $186,178. Also 900 Player of the Year points as well. $125,000 to call as we are playing 75, 125. Again, those green chips are quarter chips, and I think the brown colored chips are 100Ks. And
It's like a pair of sevens in the big blind, taking a walk. Roebroek would have had just enough to reshove on an opponent who raised him and get it through. Probably happy to just take it down unopposed. Sint now under the gun. He is going to lose about a third of his stack in the big blind the following hand. So certainly a lot of incentive to find something to go with here, but it is a quick fold. Round to Fisz, and he will open to 250,000.
Holder taking the full amount of time here and then making the call. Roebroek lets it go. Now to Ten Cate, who's in the big blind. Tony, what do you think about Holder's table image here?
Well, his demeanor is unique because he doesn't really ever look at his opponents. He always stares straight down at the table. His image right now, in my opinion, is fairly conservative. We haven't seen him get too mixed up despite having one of the larger stacks.
9-7-4 on the flop, a rainbow flop.
Can't be too certain whether he's just card dead or adopting a conservative strategy without seeing the whole card. So my feel from watching him play so far is that he is not going out of his way to get involved unnecessarily. It is check to him on the button here. On a board that should favor him and Ten Cate more than our razor. And with a bet on the flop, he will take that one down. So it's been a smooth ascent for Hollederer. Approaching a co-chip lead with Ten Cate. They've done a nice job of not bleeding to these short stacks. We did see one all-in from a short stack get called, but that was Diaz with the ace-queen of spades, which managed to draw out on the ace-king of clubs he was up against.
Holder lets it go. Roebroek folds. And Ten Cate lets it go. So Sint gets a much needed walk there.
Wow.
Yeah.
If I had to guess, I don't really think that there should be many folds at all out of the small blind. It might just be a close your eyes and shove spot with another short stack at the table that just puts so much pressure on Sint to not call off without a premium hand. I mean, I could be mistaken, and it's always possible he had like 3-2 offsuit or like I don't know 5-2 offsuit, but I don't know if there's really any hands that are supposed to fold there. Maybe just a few. If he's just a lone short stack at the table, I think it makes a lot more sense to fold those spots because he can call off pretty wide. However, when there are two other really short stacks at the table, there's actually a lot of incentive on the big blind to make some folds. So yeah, I don't really know if the small blind is supposed to ever be folding there. Roebroek, one of those short stacks going up to 350,000. So, and with that 10-ish big blind stack, not just playing push fold poker here. Van Den Berg lets it go, and so Roebroek will take that one down and sort of pad the distance between himself and Sint and Van Den Berg.
Holder lets it go. Our chip leader 10 Cate, 125 to call. Ten Cate raises to 350. Out of Sint. Difficult decision here with only 925. He does. He shoves it.
You know, this time I don't think he will be getting it through for just 6 big blinds. 10 Cate doesn't seem thrilled about it, but he's going to be getting nearly 3-1 on this call. I can't imagine anything is folding here. Wow, using a time bank chip. I mean, it must be really the bottom of 10 Cate's raising range to be thinking about this one.
I mean, he has to call here, right, Tony?
I do believe so. Yeah, I don't really think getting 3-1 there is any hand that's supposed to fold. And it's not as if Sint, is only reshoving with huge pairs or something like this. I mean, he only has 6 big blinds. He's got to take this spot with a lot of ace X hands, some broadways, some pairs. You shouldn't be up against that bigger. Oh my goodness, he folded.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Why would he do it in this spot and then not do it in the last spot where he had the chip lead and Sint was there? I mean, in the big blind.
I don't really understand. The only rationale I can think of is maybe you believe if you keep a few stacks short, you have the better opportunity to kind of run the table. But that hasn't been the approach we've seen from 10 Cate as much. Yeah, that's an extremely unusual fold. I just don't think there's really any hand that's supposed to make that fold, and it certainly doesn't have any impact on 10 Cate's stack. If he calls and loses, another 4 big blinds. So I just don't know why that happened. I can't remember the last time I've seen somebody raise fold to a 6 big blind reshove. So now, Hollederer under the gun, opens the action, 5s on the big blind calls. And when you get a board that certainly favors the big blind on 6-5, 3-2 hearts and a spade, he will lead right out. Good to see some leads from the big blind on these low boards that do favor their range. We'll see how Hollederer wants to respond. Still, same posture. Eyes straight down into the table, but does finally give his opponent a little bit of a look. And he will pass there. So a nice lead from Fisz there. Good one to find on these low boards. A lot of players miss making those kind of leads, or under the pressure of facing a chip leader at the final table, they might say, okay, I'm just going to eliminate leading from my strategy here.
Now, if you're at the table there, are you upset that he didn't make that call there, or what are you thinking?
If you're at the table, you're absolutely upset because you had an opportunity to move up the pay ladder one spot. If your opponent makes a call that should be, pretty ordinary, yeah, if someone gets too much shorter, you start to wonder why that's happening. Now, again, there's always the possibility that the chip leader says, hey, if I keep this really short stack in play, I can continue to smash the table because everybody has to just kind of wait this guy out. But that isn't what we've seen going on at this table, so I'm not quite sure what the rationale would be. I mean, he must have caught him with the absolute bottom of his range, and yeah, it just makes you wonder. Costa Diaz now opening our button to 275. And the big blind Hollederer. Stoic as usual, but appears to be reaching for racing chips.
He does raise. Puts out a 3-bet to 800,000.
Well, I can't say I know his hand, but I think this is a really nice play from Hollederer because Diaz is that one stack at our table right now that's kind of stuck between big and small. There are 3 stacks in that 15 big blind or less range, and this puts enormous pressure on him. And so if he doesn't have a really premium hand or one of the go-to 4-bet bluffing hands like an ace-5 suited, ace-4 suited, I think it kind of forces him into folding. And there they go into the muck. So Hollederer from the big blind making the 3-bet to take it down. And yeah, I can't really speak to his table image without seeing cards, but his table demeanor is just very, very stoic, very calm, very serious. But there's a certain poise to his play so far. He is a 30-year-old from Germany. Been playing poker for 10 years. He's only entered 2 WPTs. So he likes to spend his time with friends and study physics, actually. So I can't really say how seasoned he is as a tournament player, but so far today, putting on a good performance. There, he does give the big blind a walk. And the first smile we've seen from him at this table so far.
Chip colors are green are 25K and 100Ks are, I think they're brown chips. You see that as brown? Sint has just moved all in and he does get that one through. Does move up third from the bottom now, 15 big blinds.
Van Den Berg all in for his last 650,000 here, first act. He would lose a third of his stack should he play the big blind. So really has to go with a lot of hands here. And the Diaz in the tank, but we'll let that one go. And the 6 big blind shove does get through. Van Den Berg has to feel good about that one. So thus far, our short stacks managing to hang around. I'm sure that is much to the frustration of each other. Matt, can you tell us a little more about the payouts and the pay jumps we have in front of us? Now back to the Costa Diaz.
Absolutely. Looks like we are guaranteed at least 28,000 for 67. Then it goes up to 36,000. Fifth place is 48,000. Fourth place 64,229. Third place 86,000. 116,000 in second, and first place 186,178.
Now the Costa Diaz takes that one down, tables his hand. What looked to be a small pair of fives, actually. And yeah, that's a little bit of a surprising open. It's actually not really an open I would recommend that much in that position, being right in the middling stack. Small pairs value actually goes down at final tables because the main objective is to have high cards that block your opponents from holdings that can reshove against you. So, the smaller pairs go down in value. Ace X, King X suited goes up in value. But it is a tricky distinction since for most of poker the pairs play so well, and I think a lot of players don't quite make that adaptation at a final table. Now our chip leader, Ten Cate, going up to 350,000, the big open, into what is, I assume, one of the short stacks, but no, it is the Costa Diaz. So Ten Cate has made a couple of plays in the last two orbits that make me think he's a little less familiar with tournament dynamics, whether it's the big open here or raise folding to a six big blind reshove. Uh, there's not really that much need to size up here, and I think the risk and the dilemma there is that it often communicates something about the strength of your hand. Often, when you see players go for the larger than usual open, usually it's 2.5x or 3x open. Uh, you end up seeing a range of pocket nines, tens, jacks, ace queen, sometimes ace king, and it can really help you narrow down what you're likely to see out of your opponent, especially if you notice that they mostly open for the min and then suddenly change their sizing. So a lot of players pretty early on realize that you generally want to use a uniform size, with the exception of the times that you're raising into a big blind who is sub 10 big blinds and you want to give them a bad price. He'll around to the Costa Diaz in the small blind, and he'll give Fies a walk.
It's with aces there. Diaz is going to raise here. He's made it 275 now to Hollederer. Hollederer does make the call. We'll go to the flop. It's ace 4-3, two diamonds on that flop. Hollederer does check. Now to Diaz. Yeah, this does continue here. He makes it 175. A call from Hollederer. 8 on the turn. Hollederer checks. And a check back. River card is a king. King of spades. Hollederer is now going to make a move here. He's going to bet. Looks like 475 and a quick call from
Immediate
Diaz.
call. And Hollederer with the missed straight draw with the 7-6, running into the King 7 of diamonds from Costa Diaz. So he rivered a pair. Yeah, he was in bad shape on that flop.
Yeah, Diaz
Only
did.
had 3 outs.
Yes.
Actually, that's not quite true. A 6 would have been clean as well, but certainly only 3 outs to a hand that he could bet confidently. So DaCosta Diaz chips up a little bit there. That said, I like how Hollederer played his hand. You could consider going with more of the 3/4 sizing on the river to try and represent the ace when you block there. I just worry that a king will call you, which we saw DaCosta Diaz did, and B, if you have an ace, I think you're mostly going for the larger sizing, and there's not a lot of hands that make sense as a block there. So I kind of think sizing wise, he may have come up a little bit shallow. But that said, making that small bet will get folds from a lot of overcards that are unpaired on the river. Van Den Berg with 650,000 going to be all in here. Round to Roebroek and the big blind. He's getting almost 2-1. But again, this is a third of his stack, so a much tougher decision for him than some other players here. He will pass from the big blind. Hollederer now with the button going up to 275 into the big blind of 10 Cate, our chip leader. He will take that one down unopposed.
Holder says if he wins this tournament, he's going to use it to go to Vegas and gamble big. We like that. Don't forget the winner here does get a seat to the WPT World Championship at the Wynn, where it'll be worth millions of dollars if you win that one.
That's gambling big already. Fisz makes the open, the 250,000. Sint on the short stack, making the call out of the small blind. I would imagine Sint playing a pretty tight range here to be calling the open, especially with the short stack right behind him in the big blind. Ten high flop. Excuse me, 9 high flop, 889. And a bet of 250,000. All that Fisz needs to take that one down. There's a look at our updated leaderboard. Our short stack all the way down to 5 big blinds. Not much fold equity now on a reshove. Pretty much have to have something that can win at showdown, which usually means a pair, ace or king high. Generally Broadway if you're going to go with king high. Maybe something like a queen jack, jack 10 suited as well could be good enough. And it is up to our short stack Van Den Berg in the small blind. Not going to face off against that raise from Hollederer. Over to Costa Diaz in the big blind. The A2 will pass. So Hollederer steadily chipping up. North of 8 million now. It feels to me, Matt, that he is much more of our table captain than Ten Cate, despite the disparity in their stacks. Ten Cate seems pretty content. It's just kind of waited out. Meanwhile, Hollederer doing a lot more of the raising. We saw him make a big blind 3-bet up against Costa Diaz that he took down. Now back around to our short stack Van Den Berg on the button. And he will be all in here.
He's all in for 650.
Costa Diaz, a reluctant fold. Over to Fisz. Again, getting a nearly 2-to-1 price on what should be a pretty wide range, but he can't just call it nonsense. Seems to have a borderline decision here. He has the face of a man who's going to fold, though, Matt. Oh, looks like I'm going to be wrong, though. Well, he's got the calling chips in his hand. No, he
Yes, let
did
it go.
fold. Oh, okay.
One of these times, these guys are going to have to get looked up here, Tony, I believe, at some point.
I'm surprised it hasn't happened yet. We have seen so many short stack shoves and reshoves get through. And you just wonder, is everybody card dead? Now over to our two chip leaders now. Ten Cate with the raise to 350. This is the second time we've seen him use this bigger sizing. So it may just be something he's doing as a kind of a standardized raise. Hollederer in the big blind will make the call. So our two chip leaders getting mixed up in this pot. Flop of Queen 9-5, two hearts and a club. And it is a bet of 550 from our chip leader 10 Cate. Fairly wet board. Both the flush draw and a variety of straight draws. And Hollederer will make this call. So 2 million in this pot. More than many of the other stacks out there around the table. So whoever wins this will become a clear chip leader going forward.
7 on the turn.
Does fill 8-6. Puts a second flush draw on the board. And after a check, 10 Cate quickly reaching for chips. $850,000 is the bet. Hollederer inquiring as to how much. And we are going to see some fireworks here, Matt Savage.
Let's do it.
A big check raise from Hollederer on this 7 of clubs. And that will send 10 Cate back into the tank. So we'll get some clarity on what the raise size is, but this is a massive pot, a raise to 2 million. A little over a check-min raise. Check-min raise would have been 1.7, 1.8-ish. So generally, when you see somebody use such a small sizing, particularly on a wet board, I mean, again, usually it means they got the goods, but this is a very wet board. It's one where he could have any number of combo draws. But this is the two chip leaders at the table. Ten Cate, the only one that could bust Hollederer, so it's really, really tough to find the bluffs in these spots. If you have something like the Jack 10 of clubs, could potentially turn that hand into a bluff. The 10-8 of clubs comes to mind. For the most part, I think we just see made hands from Hollederer. Although even, outside of 8-6, nothing is really that made here. Especially one that wants to go such a small size. If you've got two pair on this board, I would think you'd want to check raise larger. So I am intrigued as to what Hollederer is holding here. I'm sure 10 Cate wants to know worse than I do. And he will let that go. So Hollederer will be our big chip leader now. 10 Cate clearly making a difficult fold. He hasn't been one to waste time at all so far. Wiping his face down. So Hollederer, we'll see now as the clear chip leader whether he wants to take the reins. He's already been our table captain more than 10 Cate was as the chip leader, but now with this gap between the two of them, let's see if he opens it up even further.
I'm wondering if the 100Ks are the biggest chips they have here because he has a bunch of them now. He has dressed to success, that's for sure. All right, Van Den Berg's all in now for 975. Could we finally get a call of one of these short stacks? Not from the chip leader. Roebroek also folds. No call. Gets it through again. Sint raises to 325. A third of his stack. Roebroek has 250 to call. He folds. 10 Cate folds. Sint takes this one down.
Now Sint, it's been hanging on by a thread for a lot of this final table, but now actually up into 5 of our remaining 8 players. Excuse me, 7. Hollederer now with the cutoff.
He does raise it to 275. That'll quickly win this pot.
There you see, 3 stacks, 12 big blinds or less, but that has been the dynamic for a while now, Matt. And so far, nobody has found anything to call them with or has been willing to make a pot odds call. We saw a surprising fold, getting 3-1 after Sint reshoved for 6 big blinds. Seen some other folds getting 2-1 when the big blind had the option to call. Costa Diaz now going to 275. And he will take that one down. All right, back with Hollederer. Ten Cate going to 350, his preferred raise size. Surprised he's chosen that size with the 2 short stacks right behind him. 2 of the 3. Costa Diaz now on the big blind. More expensive to defend, facing that price. And he may be reaching for raising chips here. No, it is going to be a call. So, whatever he's holding, the price was right. And we'll go to this flop with 900,000 in the middle on King 5-3. Board that should favor the cutoff a little bit. And 10K, no, excuse me, Diaz going with the small lead here for 125K, and a perplexing play here, Matt. You know, on these high card boards, it's pretty standard to just check to the razor. While there is some leading that we discussed before, those are on low card boards that tend to favor the big blind. Seeing somebody's small lead this kind of flop, don't really know what to make of it. It's, you know, for lack of a better term, not supposed to happen.
10 of spades on the turn.
Costa Diaz cuts out 375,000. Now double barreling after the flop lead.
And
And
a
a
quick
pretty
call
quick
from 10K. Yep.
One more king on the river. Costa Diaz, does he have the third barrel on him? No, he does not. A check here. Makes me wonder whether he has something like, I don't know, a 5-4 or a 6-5. Is ace queen up against jack 10.
Jack
Turn
10 will win
10.
the spot.
Yeah, the ace queen of clubs leading the flop for reasons I don't really understand. I think with that hand especially, you'd like to check and let the hands that you dominate do the betting for you. So perplexing line from the Costa Diaz there. I like the decision to just call pre-flop. I think you want either a stronger or actually a weaker hand to 3-bet pre-flop. But on the flop, I think his hand plays very nicely as a check call. Keep those hands that you dominate in and let them do the betting for you. So, on the turn, he's really doesn't really get better hands to fold and doesn't get worse hands to call. So that's never a good place to be.
Fitz gets a walk here. Picks up another 75,000. Very passive table, Tony.
I was having the same thought, Matt. This has been a surprisingly passive table. Mostly small pots. A lot of folding after short stacks move all in. Certainly not a lot of action to discuss so far. Looks like the player's going to make a food order, I believe.
They've got the menus out. Casino does have good food. I remember that. $225. Fitz makes a call. Could have our first three-way pot. Maybe our first three-way pot of the tournament. I don't think we've had one yet. Have we had, Tony?
I don't think we have had a three-way pot so far this final table. They are quite uncommon. And yeah, Hollederer will accommodate. And we'll go to the flop three-handed. Five, 3, 4 on the flop. Pretty favorable board for our big blind. Oh, actually, and Fisz in the small blind will lead right out for $500,000. Typically, you'd expect the big blind to be the one potentially leading a 5-high board, but Fisz the one leading here. Really makes me wonder whether he's just flopped a set or something.
Hollederer folds. Now to Sint.
Not a fun spot for Sint. Yeah, I mean, if you've got an overpair, you have to go with it. And even if you've got like an ace king, ace queen, you might just talk yourself into going for it. What if my opponent has pocket sevens and I'm folding, a 10 outer if I give it up? You really don't want that. If he's just got something like a queen jack suited, king jack or whatever, he has an easy fold. But most other hands that Sint gets here with probably want to continue. You're really only in bad shape if you're up against a set. You'd think Fisz would mostly check his sets, but that's
That is so good.
not entirely clear. Sint agonizing. If I had to guess, he had something like, ace jack, ace queen. I think a pair already gets in there. Just says to hell with it. And he does fold. So you gotta wonder. If Fisz did have something like sevens or eights, that's kind of a big win for him to get Sint to fold. Either way, 3 players now under 10 big blinds. Certainly somebody's fate has to be decided in the near future, you would think.
If you're one of those 3 players, are you just looking at the pay jumps here at this point, Tony? Or
Well, you certainly want to be conscious of how much those pay jumps are. And if the tournament is very top heavy, you have more incentive to gamble at the stage. If the pay jumps are more flat, then you actually want to try and ladder up. Right now, from what we've seen, it would, lead me to believe that they're pretty conscious of it. Nobody taking the risks that would lead them to being the potential next player eliminated.
Sint seems a little upset here about something going on with the time chips. Sint folds. Van Den Berg folds. Hollederer with 75,000 to call. We are playing 75-150 now. Another walk. Roebroek does show an ace. So the blinds have gone up. Now they're down to 6, 7, and 8 big blinds in the bottom 3 spots. WPT Prime Amsterdam, first place, over 170,000 euros. Exactly 1,000 entries started this event. Our next Prime stop is coming up soon. It will be in Slovakia. They have 60 tables there, Tony. 60 tables.
60 tables?
Yes. Sint is all in here. And we get that call finally. Roebroek, we're going to see what he has. Sint. Jacks versus ace queen. It's a classic. Flip here. My least favorite hand, jacks. Will they hold up? Flop,
King 6-5.
Turn 7.
Jack on the river. So the pair of jacks for Sint will get it done. Beat Roebroek with just 100K. Well, it had to happen eventually, Matt.
Yes, it did. Roebroek has 100K. That is less than a big blind. Sint with 17 bigs now. I imagine Roebroek will be in shortly. Cannot wait till the big blind because it is ante first. He does have the button, however, so he can wait a few hands. Now, Roebroek is eligible for the entire ante, so he could win a sizable pot, even though he only has 100K. Sizable to him. He does move all in. Ten Cate calls out of the small blind, and Sint checks. 3 players in this pot. Heads up action on the side between Ten Cate and Sint.
A very good feeling when you have to beat 2 players instead of 1.
Flop 8, 7, 7, 2 hearts. Check, check, a king on the turn. Check, check on the river. 6.
Roebroek up out of his chair, seems to know that the end is here, and says, peace out.
So Roebroek does finish up in 7th place. He will take home $28,467. That's in dollars. Now Van Den Berg down to 6 big blinds. Fits 150,000 to call. Raises to 300,000. Hollederer folds. Ten Cate also folds. Van Den Berg just was 675 behind, considering what to do here. does use one of his time chips.
Queen 6-4 on the flop. And Van Den Berg, with only about half pot to play here, is set all in, and it looks like up against aces, if I'm seeing that right. Yeah, he does a top. Oh, he has top 2 pair. My
Top
goodness, what
two.
a fortunate flop up against kings. What an incredibly fortunate flop out of the big blind. He needs to dodge a 4 or a king to get the double up here.
Needs to avoid a 4 king board pairing. Eight on the turn. It is 3.
So a pretty miraculous double up there for our short stack. Not much the pocket kings of size can do. Certainly got what he wanted. And there we see Van Den Berg now up to 12 big blinds. Stacks evening out a little bit here. Nobody in that single digit range. Van Den Berg again now in the small blind. And he will let that one go. Costa Tjauw takes a walk.
Check here. Or a check from the big blind, I should say. A jack 5 deuce on the flop. A rainbow flop. 8 on the river.
A pretty large bet from Fisz here. We got 600,000 into 8. Costa Diaz will let that one go. Down to just 20 big blinds. He did have a momentary surge following his win with Ace Queen of Clubs up against the Ace Queen of Spades up against Ace King of Clubs. But he's been bleeding out a little bit since then.
Ten Cate folds Sint, calls. Oh, sorry, raises to 450.
Huh. Pretty surprising 3x raise here from Sint. On one of the shorter stacks and raising into the chip leader. I don't really see any reason to do that. And again, when I spoke earlier about how when players size up and start 3xing, especially when it's a little out of nowhere, it can really help you narrow down what kind of holdings they have. I think you see a lot of pocket tens, and pocket jacks, and ace queen, ace king. Sint looking very at ease as well. And Hollederer has been pretty quick acting, so I imagine he had a little bit of a decision there, but does let go of that hand. Sint will collect the blinds.
He's up to 3.1 million in 20 bigs.
Yeah, and he potentially has 10 Cate to thank for that. 10 Cate made the min raise. Sint shoved for 6 big blinds, and 10 Cate shockingly folded. And Sint has managed to run it up ever since then. We saw him win that key flip with jacks up against ace queen. But a very surprising and perplexing fold leads to new life for Sint, and he has made the most of it.
Absolutely.
Hollederer, I believe, in the tank here up against the button raise. Lets it go. Now Fisz in the big blind. Nine, 6, 2 hearts and a club on the flop.
Fisz bets 250. Now actions to 10 Cate. Makes a call, 8 on the turn. 3 hearts now on the board. Check, check, a jack of clubs on the river.
About a 450,000 from 10 Cate out of the big blind here. And Fisz, he's going to look him up. Let's see what he's got. 7-5 for a straight out of the big blind. And that will be the ace king of Fisz. Got a little sticky on the river with the ace high. Might be a little too much to call down that hand on that board there, Matt. It's pretty easy to be value betting an awful lot of hands for 10 Cate.
Sure.
And he doesn't have a heart in his hand to block any of the flushes. So perhaps a little stubborn there by Fisz. That'll put more distance between our two chip leaders and the field. Hollederer at 62, 10 Cate at 55 big blinds. Head and shoulders above the field right now. Raised to 300,000 now from Fisz. Cate makes the call on the small blind, and these two will go heads up once more. This time we get a king, queen, 7. I believe 2-time and flop. And Fisz with a quick bet of about $250,000. And that's all she wrote for that pot. That'll get him back above 5 million. Yeah, Fisz has played tough here. I think the king call was a little bit ambitious, but I can understand why. Check down pot like that. Sometimes it gets sticky on the river with those strong ace high hands, in particular ace king. But other than that, it seems like he really came to play today. Does fold around to 10 Cate on the button now. He'll let it go. Sint in the small blind is going to give Van Den Berg a walk. So no pressure on the short stacks this orbit. They will bide their time. Hollederer now in the hijack. Making it 300,000. Looks like we may be taking the greens off the table if I'm seeing that right.
Yeah, it looks like that is the case. We are going to 1 in 200,000.
And a 3-bet to 1 million from 10 Cake here. So another ship leader battle. And Hollederer, a methodical player at this final table. Does let that one go. And I believe that the players are going to be on dinner break now, Matt. So
Yep.
a half-hour dinner break for our players and for ourselves as well. We'll have more from Holland Casino following that.
All right. Down to the final 6 players.
Er is nog 3 Franse finalisten staan op jullie te wachten bij het restaurant. Finalisten main event. Jullie worden verwacht in het restaurant.
I'm not that big. I know. I have the same problem.
zitten nog in level 29, we staan level 29, small lines, 75 big lines, 150,000. And then the blind end of 150,000. Okay, for the last 6 days, all the rest of luck. Payouts, shovel and lure.
Now, welcome back to our WPT Prime final table from Holland Casino. We're about to be joined by Frank up to word.
Yes. Thanks
Welcome,
for
welcome,
having
Frank.
me.
Hey, our pleasure. Thanks for joining us in the booth today. I believe you're a lot more familiar with the player pool around Amsterdam, so it's great to have you here as you can provide a lot more context to the history between the players.
To be honest, though, not a lot of players ring a bell with me, and I know a lot of Dutch players. Some of them here. Let's see what the action brings.
All right. Well, from what I had seen in their bios and in their histories, there's not a ton of major tournament scores around this table. Sint, who has been the short stack for a lot of this final table, but more recently has chipped up a bit, has a score around 120,000, I believe, which was the largest of any of the ones I had seen listed. But he's been so short that we haven't really had a chance to see what kind of player he is. Hollederer has kind of been table captain, and Ten Cate chipped up early and has mostly, just kind of been playing his cards, playing his situations. But now that there's not as many clear short stacks at the table, we'll see whether he opens it up.
This is life-changing money for all of them, I guess. Their biggest score awaits 160,000 euro for first. Amazing. What a turnout.
And the possibility of further winnings at the World Poker Tour Tournament of Champions, World Poker Tour season-ending World Championship
Oh, yeah,
at
of
Win.
course. Yeah, the Dutch have done well in the past in that tournament after winning a WPT in Amsterdam. So let's see what the future brings.
Well, the Costa Diaz on the button goes up to 350 here.
Is it still 75, 150 with a 150 big blind ante?
Yes, that's right. And so fights in the small blind will 3-bet to 1 million.
Small blind forces the button from the small blind. Strong. Interesting. That doesn't look like a guy willing to fold.
I agree. I think he has sized it in a way that basically says, "Hey, I'm committing you through your stack. I'm simply leaving myself enough room to fold if there's a cold 4-bet."
And the fold, he takes it down. Ten Cate, 58 big blinds, now the chip leader. I've been doing poker commentary all week, but I had the pleasure of having hole cards there. This is a whole different ball game. Interesting to see. It's more like I'm really at the table myself.
Right. A lot of guesswork goes into it. And since so few hands reach showdown, it can be difficult to get a sense of player type or playing style.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Clyde Tjauw Foe was busted earlier today. Flush over flush. He's the guy I know really well. I was rooting for him. Fortunately, he busted, I think, in eighth place. Is this a walk? Ten Cate gets a walk?
There's been quite a few walks around the table thus far.
Yes. Hey, Frank, how you doing? I'm
Hey,
back.
Matt.
Good to hear from you. What have you been up to? I haven't seen you in a while. Used to
I've
see
been
you every year.
focusing on the Dutch market, but poker's still my number one passion. So very happy to join you guys here on the WPT. So happy that the WPT is again back in Amsterdam. Saw the casino was announcing a new poker series even. So poker is alive and kicking in Amsterdam. So we keep
Absolutely.
Prime a major success.
1,000 entries. Are very excited about that for sure.
Yeah, that doesn't happen quite often in Holland. 1,000 players for a main event. Amazing. Job well done. German player here on the button. 8.6 million in chips. That's the stack you want at this stage of the tournament. And Cate 250 to call from the small blind. This is nothing, Cate. 2 folds, I think he takes it down. A lot of race and take, you know.
Absolutely. Is that standard for casinos to close at 3 o'clock in Holland for all casinos that you know of, Frank?
Basically, yes. So Holland Casino is the only casino we have in Holland. 14 branches. Most of them close at 3. There's 2 of them, the one in Rotterdam and the one in Amsterdam West, who are open 24/7, but all others close at 3 a.m.
Probably a smart business decision. You can close down an entire shift, not have to worry about that.
Yeah, and of course, casinos are always pretty empty from that 3 to 10 a.m. range.
Yeah,
I
and
don't
they
think
have
there's
no competition in Holland from any other companies. They have the monopoly, so that makes it easy, of course. All right, open to 300k from the hijack for Fisz. This guy looks like he's interested. Hollederer.
doesn't
I
make the
don't,
call. So
don't
our
even
two
know
chip
how to
leaders.
pronounce his name actually. Hollederer.
I believe that's how we've been trying to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of like a mix between Howard Lederer and
Mhm.
the most famous criminal in the Netherlands was called Holleder. So
What was his crime?
he was just a major crime boss, but he was so famous that he was appearing in television shows. But he was, I think, in the hashi business back in the 80s and I guess the 90s.
Did you say hushy business?
Yeah, the weed
Hashish.
business.
Oh, hashish.
I think so.
Okay.
Mhm.
But he was, yeah, he was a household name. Lederer.
Now,
Holleder.
665 on this three-way flop between our 3 biggest stacks at this table.
Interesting that the 3 of them are clashing here. So far, it's been pretty tight play, right?
It has, yeah. I don't know whether players around the table are card dead or we've only just seen people with hands when they end up having to fold post flop. But it certainly has a vibe of a tight table.
Yeah, ICM plays a role, I guess, but short stack still has 10 big blinds.
I was trying to explain to Frank, what did Sint that raise? What did 10K fold that one pot for? Was it like a blind or blind and a half, something like that earlier on? Put Sint right back in this tournament.
Yeah, he raised the 2 blinds. Sint shoved 6 blinds.
Oh, 6, okay.
And he ended up folding, getting 3-1. And he was like huge chip leader at the time.
I guess it's what Tom Dwan used to say, right? You can never be too careful.
Absolutely.
Is with the min raise, or Lederer thinking about it. Interesting choice for a hoodie or a jacket, I guess. Defensive style. That looks like the 3-bet, isn't it? Yeah. Small one, 700k. And the all-in shove by Sint. thing,
Cold for that
2.7
shove.
million.
I mean, even Holderer's 3-bet should be pretty strong up against Under the Gun, but Holderer has been the most like active and seemingly willing to mix it up player at this final table. So it could be a light 3-bet for sure.
Joey
This-
Sint. Interesting.
This pot would put him right back into the tournament. I mean, near the chip lead, perhaps.
And Fisz doesn't seem convinced by all this action behind him, but now he is.
Yeah.
No quick decisions from Holderer.
Yeah,
He
folds.
does let it go.
And he shows. What does he show?
I think it's an ace, but it's tough to say. I think I see a red ace.
Ten Cate, 8.4 million chip lead. Stephan Van Den Berg, the short stacks.
All right. How do you say that, Frank?
Stephan Van Den Berg?
Okay, because we would say Vandenberg.
Van Den Berg, fair enough. You guys
Yeah, there's
call
been
me
some
Frank.
real Americanized pronunciations going on before you arrived.
I'm
Yeah.
here to break that up. It's Floris Ten Cate. Joey Sint. Interesting.
Nice. Good-looking people in your country there, Frank, for sure. And tall.
Yeah, that's what we're known for, huh?
Yeah.
I guess the rest of them, not me. Oh, that's all of it. All in for Fisz. Oh, sorry for Diaz and Fisz. Folds. Quick enough. Costa Diaz. That sounds like someone who knows how to play cards. If you're all the way from Portugal to Amsterdam to play the WPT Prime, I guess you know how to play cards. Van den Berg folds. On to Fisz in the small blind. 5.7 million. Have you guys been to the casino in Amsterdam? Both of you?
I have. It is. Just love the advertising they have there. The style that they do it. There's video boards everywhere. It's beautiful. I love it.
You guys, it used to be a prison, or at least part of it.
Really?
Yeah,
I don't think I know that story.
this huge dome that it's played in, that used to be the courtyard in the Second World War. They still use it as a prison, actually.
Ah.
Well,
It's
now
some
you
pretty
know.
good real estate for a prison.
Yeah, in the middle of the city, huh?
Right. Across from the park, right on the canal.
Actually, my uncle's father was in that prison, so I know some of the stories.
Is that where
And-
the notorious criminal ended up, or did he just kind of get away with it his whole life?
No, I think. I guess no. I think he's in prison, but I'm not sure where. I think they're closing down prisons in Holland because they don't have convicts enough. I guess we're doing well.
That's
But
good.
there's a real first world problem for you. Not enough of our citizens are criminals. We're closing down the prisons. Man,
Nah,
that's big
that's
business over here.
yeah, that's a problem you guys don't have in the States. Huh?
No,
They'll just create some new prisoners if needed to.
exactly. Meanwhile, we got a raise to 300. Is it, Frank, is it Fizz or Fisz on the button?
I couldn't tell you. That's
Okay.
not a Dutch name at all.
Okay.
Oh wow. Okay.
Well, either way, our button raiser has an ace 10 flop that should be very favorable.
It's been a while since we saw a flop. Interesting. But a button versus a big blind, not necessarily anyone hitting this flop. And he check folds to the min bets. I know it's been a while, guys, but I'm still so happy we're doing big blind ante. Holland Casino
Yes.
usually isn't one, to get on with these new innovations. Usually it takes a couple of years before they implement something like this, but they were on board from the first moment, and I'm just so happy. It's just so much better than the regular ante.
Yeah, I've been in contact with them since I went there the one time, and great people, great management, and they have great staff, dealers. So I was very impressed with everything they did over there. So happy to be partners of the World Poker Tour.
I'm just so happy that they have a focus on poker. Obviously, there's other games they can offer, but they really go all out with poker. They have the Master Classical Poker, they have the WPT Prime. They now introduce a new Amsterdam Poker Series. And if you have a chance to visit Amsterdam, and when there's a big poker tournament in town, go visit the casino. It's an amazing atmosphere. Everyone loves it. It's busy.
One thing I really like about both this stop and many stops in Europe is that the casinos are located in such walkable parts of the city. In the States, we generally tend to put casinos a bit, outside the city, with the exception of Las Vegas, and maybe one or two others that I'm kind of forgetting about. And Matt, I think you would back me up on this. Most casinos in the United States are more outskirts of the city.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Meanwhile, you just step outside Holland Casino and you're just, like I said, you're right across the street from Vondel Park. You're in the heart of the city. You can just take a little walk and you're at, cafes, restaurants, shops within minutes.
Yeah, and a lot of the casinos in Europe are much older. And,
Right.
Go to Monaco or Prague. There's casinos right in the heart of the city.
Well, a four-way flop comes 8-5-4. Pretty favorable looking board for Sint in the big blind. But it is checked all the way over to our chip leader on the button. And he does check it back, so 4 players to the turn with the Queen of Diamonds.
$1.4 million in the middle. Who wants it? Not Ten Cate or Sint, it appears. Going to check around again, or gonna Hollederer gonna take a stab here? It appears so. Bet of 900k. Get rid of the small blind and the big blind. That's enough. That takes it down. Guess nobody had anything.
Gotta feel good when you're chip leader and you're just winning big pots unopposed and four-way flops. Very good omen for Hollederer.
What's your favorite casino? Tony and Matt. I'm just wondering. Interesting.
That's a good question. I mean, I got to go back to my roots and say, Bay 101. I know it's not the best casino, but it's kind of like my home casino. But I definitely loved the casino in Monaco. We did a live event there one time. It was pretty amazing inside the big casino. That was a fun
I've been
experience.
there, yeah. I was there for the 1 million euro buy-in tournament at one time.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, that's the classical casino.
I'd go with Crown Casino down in Melbourne. I have so many good
Ha
memories
ha.
there, living
Yeah.
across the streets, playing in the Aussie Millions was the first major poker tournament I ever played in. And just, spent so much time in that poker room. Plus, as I said, I like casinos that are in the heart of the city and allow you to just kind of walk out the door and be part of what's going on. And that's very much Crown Casino in Melbourne, right there on the Riverwalk.
It's beautiful. I really like it. Didn't you lose half your buy-in that year? Along
Yes,
the
I did.
way?
Yeah,
I
no,
remember
this is a very my weirdest poker story, probably forever. No matter what happens going forward, that will be a hard one to top.
I was there for that final table. Yeah, Ari Engel won. I
Yeah,
remember that. Yeah, it's a shame they did away with the Aussie Millions, actually.
very, very unfortunate. I guess the government has got a limit on how long people can spend in the casino right now, and so that's basically made poker tournaments impossible. So
Mm.
we'll see whether those restrictions, stay in place indefinitely, or whether there is a change within a few years, and maybe they can return to holding the Aussie Millions. But for the time being, it is no longer running.
Well, it's the good news for us on the World Poker Tour that we do have some great partners in Australia, and so we've been able to, at least go down back under and be a part of some great things in the Gold Coast and in Sydney, and happy that we're, got those partnerships there because Australian poker is actually very, very good and
It is.
very, very healthy at the moment.
Yeah, yeah. I like the Crown Casino, real Vegas kind of style casino. Long flight though.
It's a long flight.
Very long flight.
I once went from the Caribbean to Melbourne. I think it took me like 30 hours to get there.
Oh, yeah. Not many players made that trip more than once. They realized just how demanding it is. And thought, okay, I'm going to choose one or the other.
I did it twice, so I guess I'm the exception. But I'm not a poker player. So that's another race and take it. Another one for Hollederer. 61 BB.
He seems more comfortable in that table captain role than Ten Cate did with the chip lead.
Van den Berg needs to make some moves. Now, I think down to 7 big blinds. It's getting kind of iffy. Matt, what's your favorite casino in Las Vegas?
Well, I've always been a big fan of the Aria, but I tell you, when we had our World Championship for the win, that was really tough to beat. They did a fantastic job of that with that event, and just going into that room. I mean, I just still can't believe how amazing it looked when we had that thing, and I'm looking forward to that partnership for years to come. So, I mean, I have to probably go with the win at this point.
heard nothing but good stories about that event.
Yeah.
I guess everyone has heard nothing but good stories. It was a massive success, huh?
Yeah. You need to come next year.
Yeah, actually, I had an
Or this year, I
invite,
should say.
but I wasn't able to come. But I sent
Yeah.
one of my colleagues who covered the event, and he told me just good things, really.
They had a media dinner at the steakhouse, right? It was a part of that, I'm sure.
Sure, he was there. If there's something free to be found, Sharon probably was there. Still Dutch guys, huh? So that's what we're known for. All right, Ten Cate now with the race to 350k. Sint, actually, it's Dutch for Sinterklaas, I guess, and that's basically our version of Santa Claus. So interesting last name, Joey
Wow.
Sint. Yeah, you learn something every day, huh?
Yeah. So do you have much many bikes being stolen there? Is that a crime that happens?
It happens for sure. If you live in
Okay.
Amsterdam, you don't buy a new bike, or at least you shouldn't. When I
Oh
first
no.
moved to Amsterdam, I bought a brand new bike, and literally the first day it was stolen. So what everyone
Okay.
does in Amsterdam is they have like these terrible bikes that nobody wants to steal, and
Okay.
that's how everyone gets around. If you live in one of the smaller cities, so like I do now, you can have a nice bike, and if you just lock it, it's fine. But in Amsterdam, you should not be riding a nice bike.
Interesting. It's just insane to see how many bikes there are there. So I love it. I actually think it's great.
Yeah, you see it more in Europe now. Barcelona, Valencia, more and more bikes. But yeah, it's in Amsterdam. In Holland, bike is just the number one. Everyone has a bike, at least one. I used to have two bikes in Amsterdam. One crappy bike and one nice bike that I stored inside, and I would not just leave somewhere outside.
It's like Americans with their cars. They're like, oh, I got my everyday car, and then I got my flashy weekend car. Oh, we're gonna put the top down and drive to the beach, you know.
Yeah.
Well, 350 here from the Costa Diaz, and then excuse me, Sint made the raise to 350 to Costa Diaz, facing the raise. My mistake there. Over around to Hollederer in the small blind.
He seems interested.
Yeah.
Just with that raise alone, there's 725 in the middle already.
And he will make the call.
That gets Ten Cate a nice price in the big blind. See if he comes along. Nice little discount. Nope. Yeah, pretty tight place so far. He has two strong ranges, under the gun and small blind.
9-4 deuce. Not a bad flop for the kind of hands that call out of the small blind. A lot of small pairs. Some stuff like 10-9 suited, Jack-9 suited, Ace-9 suited. Sint with the bet of 450.
Okay, the clock is stopped. You finish your hand and you do one more hand with the possibility to do the entry. Alle spelers in het high roller event. De klok wordt een pauze gezet op 1 minuut. Dan gaat de dealer
Yeah.
1 hoofddealer.
It's a call right there.
Re-entry te doen. Na deze hand beginnen we een korte pauze.
10 of hearts on the turn. Takes away. Oh no, it doesn't actually take away a combo 9-10.
Oh, he's gonna lead, it looks like.
Oh, that is surprising.
then
he
the
gets
instant all in.
jam.
Not the instant call, so that's the fold, I
Yeah.
guess. Little bluff there, maybe.
I'm trying to figure out what hands, if I'm Sint, that I want to just rip it in there. Certainly Queen, Jack of Hearts, King, Queen of Hearts type holdings, and then maybe stuff like Jacks and Queens. And then I would think Kings and Aces, particularly with a heart. Almost, I think every combination of Kings and Aces should probably just call and see a river.
Probably should, but I'm not
Yeah.
sure if he would. Maybe
Right.
just, you know, pot is big enough. I'll just take it down right here. If I'm beat, I'm beat. We'll see. I don't know. Maybe that's not the optimal strategy, but he kind of looked like a guy that was done with that.
Yeah, and we
Well,
have seen some fast playing of very strong hands at this final table. I think it was Ten Cate earlier flopped the nut flush and was up against the big blind who flopped a jack high flush. And the big blind check raised, bet the turn, and Ten Cate just jammed the ace high flush on the turn. And was pretty fortunate that the big blind had a hand he couldn't fold.
what do you think Hollederer had in this spot, where he check calls from the small blinds and then leads and folds the turn?
I don't know because I don't really think the 10 is a card you should be leading. I don't know small blind. It's easier to figure out what the leading ranges are when it's like big blind versus pre-flop raiser. From the small blind, most of the time I think we either check raise flop, or if we check call flop, we're gonna check the turn, with maybe the exception of something like a 9. We would have probably more 9s in our range than the opener, and that means that we likely end up mixing some leads in there. But for the most part, I think he really shouldn't be leading. So it's kind of hard to dissect his range when he goes off menu.
I guess we'll never know.
No, we will not.
Unless we ask him. I went to the casino on Monday to look around, the action. It was already buzzing. People were loving it. The WPT was back in Amsterdam. Boom! All in!
This
Van
one
Den Berg.
is going to get called, so we have an all in and a call.
Yeah. Should. All in for 850k. Ace 4 for Ten Cate, 7-5 suited. Not that much of an underdog.
No, yeah, and if you're going to get forced into all in, I think the 7-5 suited's pretty playable.
That's a flop of nothing for it. Nobody hitting anything. Still just 7s and 5s.
He's behind the lead.
Loose on the river.
Sint and Ten Cate seem to have a friendship there. They're clapping for each other. They're high-fiving each other whenever they're in a pot. Interesting.
Still takes home 34,000 euros in a little bit. Big score. Ten Cate now chip leader, I guess, 9.5 million. Down to 5. Costa Diaz now the short stack with 1.9 million. Blinds of 100k and 200k. Tony, what's your favorite casino in Las Vegas?
I like Matt's answer. I used to play a lot of cash at Aria. I've had a lot of good experiences there. It's a nice property. It's very central. But almost all my tournament play now is at the Win. The staff there does a fantastic job, and they really knocked it out of the park with the December World Championship event. It just exceeded expectations, and my expectations were high because the Win has set the bar so high. But still just crushed it, and I really think that is going to become one of those events that people just kind of mark off on their calendar. Okay, for 2 weeks in December, I'm in Vegas at the Win.
Yeah, it's not a staple on the poker calendar, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, it's good. We were talking about the Aussie Millions earlier, and for a long time, that was one of the winter poker staples. With that off, I think there was kind of a gap in the schedule that World Champs event now neatly fills, and I would be surprised if it wasn't bigger this year.
Yeah.
We'll banter back and forth between our two blinds.
Costa Diaz, short stack, 1.4 million from the small blind. Basically only has two options, I would say. All in or fold. What's he gonna do?
Let it go.
Using the ladder. Good dealers as well in Amsterdam. They hire some of the international dealers that visit the entire European circuit for these big events. What's next for you, Tony, in terms of playing?
Both Matt and I are headed to Thunder Valley in the near future. I'm going in the morning to play the main event.
All right.
I think that'll be my first WPT main this year. I don't think I've played any others, and it'll be my only one for quite some time. I believe I'm going to a Prime event in Vietnam, but I'll cut that thread. Talk about the Costa Diaz all in on the button for his last 7 big blinds.
Oh,
And
someone's interested.
I think Fisz was just putting out his small.
Oh,
blind.
that's just a small one. I guess he forgot to put it in. Nope. Small blind folds. 7 big blinds.
We're looking very on the fence about this one, but he does let it go. The Costa Diaz will chip up, get back around 10 big blinds. Yeah, Thunder Valley is a nice stop on our tour. They do a really good job building the schedule out, catering to players. I'm always happy to see that one on the itinerary.
Yeah, they take very good care of the players up there, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Been to casinos all over the world, but I'm embarrassed to say that I've never been to Thunder Valley. In fact, I think I've only been to casinos in Las Vegas when it comes to the States. Looking at the website, looks nice. Valley. You guys have awesome names for casinos. Thunder Valley. Makes me want to visit it. Limps in from the small blind. cheap enough flop. Five of hearts, jack of diamonds, and the three of clubs. Looks like Hollederer is kind of bad. And just about a snap call, I guess. Ten Cate with the call. King of clubs on the turn. 1.1 million in the middle already. That looks like another bet coming. And another quick call. It was 250 on the flop, 550 on the turn. Well, it started out as a small pot. 2.2 million right now. Three of diamonds on the river pairs the board.
Pretty safe card for, well, really both players. But even if Hollederer has been driving the betting with a jack or a king, I don't think he's too concerned about a 3 on the river. He'll use a time extension.
They get 30 seconds. Maybe a minute on the river.
30 seconds
30
extension.
seconds.
And really, at every decision point, 30 seconds. Although I know Matt has slightly modified the action clock standard, so he can elaborate on that after the hand. But Hollederer fires out. It looks to be about 1.5 million, certainly in that vicinity. And he is called. And he has kings and fives to beat king queen for kings and threes. So Ten Cate, it was Ten Cate who had the king 5. So the rich get richer here.
Yeah.
Big turn card for those two hands. Hollederer just value betting king queen, hoping to get called by a jack or potentially a king with a kicker that does not play above the jack, and disappointed to see that he is actually bested there.
Yeah, he limped in and then he bet the flop with not a whole lot, but hit the king on the turn, value betting, and then getting the bad news on the river. And Cate now the absolute chip leader.
Well, earlier on, he had a pretty large lead over anybody else in the field, and he didn't really open it up. So we'll see now with this larger buffer whether that changes.
Down to 4.3 million now, Hollederer. If he goes on tilt because of that hand.
Long-time chip leader, Hollederer is now middle of the stack. Middle stack.
From what I've seen of his cards, though, he's playing very well. I just feel like he's kind of been on the wrong end of a couple of coolers. He made a light 3-bet. Well, we don't know that it was light, but it probably was since it couldn't stand up to the jam. Now he's right back at it, 425. And caught in the small blind.
He smells blood. Nope. Bad read.
So DaCosta Diaz now, I think, in the big blind is going to be putting in about a quarter of his stack.
Fize is raised to 400,000. Folding around. Back to Sint, who has 300,000 to call. He will also fold. Diaz lets it go. Fize gets it.
Pretty annoying for the Costa Diaz short stack, but then under the gun opens and he isn't known as a loose player, I guess. So gotta lay it down if you have nothing. You still get to play every now and then, Matt?
I do. I just played a couple of tournaments last week up at Thunder Valley for the first week of the festival. I played in a tournament with Robbie Straczynski at the
Oh
at
yeah.
the Resource World, made the final table in that, and then I played in the opener event for the Thunder Valley, and I cashed in that. So I cashed in both tournaments I've played this year. So that's pretty good percentage.
Yeah, I would say stop for the rest of the year.
Yeah,
That's a record you're not gonna beat.
exactly.
100% cashing.
Absolutely.
That's really nice what Robbie is doing with the Mixed Game Festival.
All right. Letter wins this pot. The raise. 1 in 200,000, 200,000 big blind ante.
Really distancing himself, Ten Cate, with almost 60 big blinds. His nearest competition, half of that. Folded to the short stack on the button, but he's laying it down.
Now Fize out chipping Hollederer for the first time today. Still going to take a more passive approach, blind versus blind. Doesn't have a huge advantage here, but I do think as he starts to gain some separation, he should lean towards a more raise heavy, occasionally all in strategy in these 20, 25 big blind area. He can apply enormous pressure while Diaz is so short. You get a 5-3 deuce board that looks pretty good for our big blind.
Yeah, it connects with his range of any two.
Mm-hmm. But it's Fize driving the betting for 200,000. And it is called by Hollederer. 7 on the turn, and the board stays low. Not much delay from Fize. Reaching, firing, 475.
Yeah, not a lot of time extension cards needed so far. A lot of quick action.
One more call. So we'll go to a river. 7, pairing our top card, missing our flush draw, and our straight draw. But a more favorable card for the big line than the small. The letterer should be the one holding things like 6, 7. And of course, when it goes check, check, that's not what he's going to have. So 5 deuce from, I assume, the big blind? Yes. Yeah, and I'm a little surprised we didn't see a raise on either the flop or turn from Hollederer, though. I guess he was pretty content to let fives drive the betting so long as he was doing that. But he does have a pretty nice hand to raise and a board that favors him. So, you wonder whether there was any chips left on the table or whether he extracted the maximum.
The next prize is 48,440.
Yeah, Payouts getting bigger now. Raise and take it. Shows ace king. Costa the short stack under the gun, lays it down. Fisz lays it down on the button. Hollederer folds as well. Ten Cate raises, Sint folds. Raise and take it, easy enough.
Okata passing on the button there.
Sint shoves all in to put the pressure on the Costa Diaz, and he quickly calls.
I think ace king perhaps. No, king queen's. Wow, I keep misreading the cards at that angle, but he's in great shape with the king queen of spades up against Sint's king jack with the jack of spades. So the Costa
kind
Diaz
of
loving
plays
his
itself,
spot.
right?
Yes, it does.
Ooh, king on the flop hits both.
7 on the turn. Some chance for a chop pot now.
Ace, nope. Double up for the Costa Diaz. Short stack finds his double. And that lady with the iPad in the background, she's the one putting in the cards. So we know it was King Jack versus King Queen.
Letterer under the gun here, folds. Ten Cate folds, Sint folds. Diaz in the small blind. He also
And
folds. Another
the
walk.
Looks like Fisz had a big hand.
didn't show it.
Tony, you were saying you're going to Vietnam. What is the most remote poker tournament you've ever been to, or the most unique location?
That's a good question. Let me think for one moment about that. I mean,
used to
in
run
many
into
ways,
you in Morocco.
yeah,
I guess
yeah,
it's not that remote,
but it's pretty accessible for Europe. In many ways, New Zealand is the answer because it's just so far from everything else. Like people think on a map, oh, like New Zealand, that's right next to Australia. Nope, it's 4 hour flight, like Chicago to Los Angeles level of distance to get to New Zealand. And of course, going up to North or South America is now a 10-15 hour flight. I'll pause that thought for 1 second here. As Sint moved all in for 4 million over the raise of Ten Cate. And Acosta Diaz in the tank as well on his 12 big blinds, but he does let it go.
$4 million shove. Let's see what Ten Cate does.
I'm going with 0% chance to call.
It gives a wink in somebody's direction. But yeah, it does seem like there's a certain rapport between these two.
You're smiling. Sid looks relaxed enough.
We might have a call here, Matt.
Nope.
No, we got a fold. We got a fold and a tabling of the hands. King 10 and queens are hands here. So the queens with the enthusiastic shove.
Yeah,
0% held up.
That was a little bit of a tell, huh? He did look strong.
Some other contenders for your question would be certainly Uruguay is pretty far from most other major poker destinations. I guess Brazil has more of a flourishing poker scene these days, but for the most part, there hasn't been major tournament action in South America. So Punta del Este, pretty good trip. I played one in Sanya, China, which is near the southern tip of China. That was actually, in terms of travel hours logged to get there, was my longest because it was like, Frank, you're very well traveled, Matt, you as well. You guys can probably remember your worst trip ever in terms of like travel problems. I'm sure you guys have had travel days where not only like one thing goes wrong, everything goes wrong. And my process of getting from Chicago to Sanya, China was supposed to be like 20 to 24 hours and took 50. Yeah, that was, just like every step along the way, whatever could go wrong did go wrong. It was incredible. But that was a cool stop, and one where, China has had more restrictions around gambling and around tournament poker than many other countries. So to be able to participate in a tournament there in a location that's not Macau, which is their one legal, gambling jurisdiction, that was pretty cool. That was pretty unique. And then the last one that I would mention is we did a tournament on an island in Korea. One moment here.
Jeju Island?
Jeju, exactly.
Yeah.
The Honeymooner Island. And I'll tell a story about that in a second, but I want to see what Hollederer does here, facing this shove.
Either call or fold. Shove or fold. He chooses to fold. That's that, I guess.
Jeju Island is unique because it's not like you're in Seoul, which is a major city and epicenter of international business and so forth. Jeju Island is a somewhat obscure island. Most people outside of Korea would have never heard of it, except perhaps for a ferry disaster they had there about 5 to 10 years ago. It's a honeymooner island, and it's really quite a seasonal vacation stop. So it was rather quiet during the time that we were there. Pretty close to winter. Matt, you were there for that stop, right?
Yeah, I was there. Yep.
And what was funny about that stop was the government basically came and temporarily shut down the tournament, basically saying, hey, you're holding it in a convention space, and this has to be, since it's gambling, it has to be held in the casino. And so the tournament had to be moved down to the casino on short notice. But all of our dealers and most of the staff had been brought over internationally, a lot of them from the Philippines, and without a gaming license in Korea, they could not deal in the casino. And so all of a sudden, people were being kind of like conscripted on short notice to deal the poker tournament so it could finish up.
But it still worked out in the end.
It did still work
did.
out.
Yes,
We got
it
to
did.
play it to its conclusion.
I remember the waves crashing on the shore there, and it was not great weather.
Poker brings you to unique places.
Yes, absolutely. Nobody called here, so Hollederer going to win this one with the raise.
Hollederer climbing back a little bit. That's a shove, 15 big blinds, 3 million in the middle. Hollederer asking for a count. The gentleman walking in front of the camera is Danny Maxwell, taking photos. That's the call. Yes, Hollederer from the big blind. It's pocket eights versus ace 10 off.
Yeah, it looks like good play, good decisions all around here. Ace 9-9 on the flop. Hollederer taking the lead as Costa Diaz drawing thin. Just 2 outs going to the river. He's going to need a block 8. And it is a 7. Dances around his card, but does not get there. Hollederer scoring the knockout and bringing our field down to 4.
44,000 euros, 739.
For Diaz, not a bad week.
Yeah. The remaining 4 players now guaranteed 59,321 euros. And of course, they're all looking for that first place prize of 161,000 euros. Massive prize. There is a high roller on the way. I'm not sure how big that field is. Who's doing well? That's another race and take it.
Now they're between 22 bigs and 54 bigs. The next level will be 125, 250. I'm playing hour-long levels.
Oh, good structure.
Yeah. I know the guy that created it.
Yeah, I heard good things about it.
The initial goal was to have these things completed in 2 days, but just getting too many runners, so have to have that third day for the final table. And
Yeah.
I said earlier, we didn't even make the final table last night. Had to play down to 10 and then go from 10 to 8 today because the casino closed.
Hmm.
You guys are late starters over there. Do you do late dinners in Amsterdam? I can't remember.
Not usually, but I'm not sure how it was for this one. Oh, it's 3-bet pot now.
And
Yes.
Sint, I'm assuming he's actually out of the hand because we see it focused on Fisz. Unless Sint is in the tank right now. Yeah, Fisz does let that one go. And Ten Cate will give him the free show. He's been giving a lot of free shows at this final table. He has ace king there.
Do you
Yeah.
think that's a good idea, Tony?
I generally would not recommend it unless it's done for a very, very specific purpose. I get a feeling that Ten Cate is mostly playing a kind of value heavy style. He's mostly showing up with the goods so far, and it almost feels like he's showing his opponents saying like, "Hey, I wouldn't bluff you. Hey, I got the goods."
Yep.
There's a little bit of that going on.
I could be wrong, but I get the vibe that he's not like a full-time professional poker player. Just
I tend to
enjoying
agree.
his time.
And look, if you're not a full-time poker player and you haven't played many major final tables, taking a solid approach is quite sensible.
Yeah. But still, I wouldn't be showing, even if, it's just a hobby or no showing, no free information. But
Price
to
at
each their own.
650 here. Ten Cate needs to call 650 if he wants to stay in this pot.
It's a big raise, huh?
He shows again and folds. Time he showed ace 10.
Mm. Kato with the raise.
Fisz lets it go. Back to Hollederer.
Yeah, it's 250 to see a flop from the big blind. 2 big stacks added.
Do you have a flop now? Queen, deuce, 4, 2 clubs. And Hollederer checks. Ten Cate bets 450. And he makes a call. Four on the turn. Hollederer checks and Ten Cate does the same. 10 on the river. Hollederer is now going to lead here for 850.
It's a very awkward sizing, in my opinion. Usually, when we're big blind versus the pre-flop raiser, and it's gone check check on the turn, our river sizing is either a block bet around quarter or third pot, or a more sized up value bet of around 3/4, or in the case of a paired board like this, you'd even see some potting or over potting, since the big blind will have the trips advantage. So this 40% pot, a strange size from Hollederer. And it's enough to get the job done either way, which will bring these two neck and neck for our chip lead. And there we see just one big blind separating them. Really all four players very much in the mix here.
Yeah, we could be here for a while.
We've already been here for a while.
I'm fresh. I get excited to play myself again when I'm looking at the action like this.
At Thunder Valley, I don't know if you knew this, Tony, we're doing something we haven't done in a while. One starting flight.
I did see that it was one starting flight, and I remember being a little bit surprised. Like, I think when I was making my travel arrangements, I said, hey, why don't I come in at the start of 1B, and I'll just play that flight and be there for a few days. And they're like, no, there is no 1B.
Yeah, exactly.
And you still get in before the start of day 2, or?
Yes, you can still get over 2 levels on day 2. So it's 10 levels of registration, but there's no dinner break on day 1, and we're going to take the champions are going to have a nice steak dinner on Ben Irwin in the Thunder Valley Casino. So it's nice. They're looking after the WPT champions.
Ah, I see.
I had people that are trying to get in. Shannon Shore asked me if you could go to the dinner, and I said, sorry, Shannon, you're the nicest guy in poker. You're the nicest guy in poker, but you're not invited. Tony's in.
I am. I got mine nice and early, so got that one out of the way. That was good.
Yeah.
And I think it's great that we have just kind of perks for winning a title that don't cease after the first year. A lot of places they say, hey, we bump you up in your tier for the casino, and you get a couple other perks for 1 year, and then it just expires with the WPT. You get these never-ending perks.
Yeah, once you're on that Mike Sexton's Champions Cup, you're in for life. You, Pat Lyons, and Eric Offriat will all be at dinner.
Wait, me, who and Eric Offriat?
Pat Lyons.
Oh, Pat Lyons. Oh, okay. Pat Lyons, honestly, Pat Lyons is one of my favorite people to end up at a dinner with because he's just a ridiculous character.
Yes. Absolutely. All right, we got a 3-bet to 1.5 million.
Offriat is more of a Jekyll and Hyde. You get there's the polite, very gracious,
so nice
Eric, and then there's like Eric who just lost a pot and will happily murder half the people at the table. He's just.
He's generally a super nice
So
guy.
Jekyll and
Away
Hyde.
from the table. Yes, he is. All in for 5.
All in, okay.
Odds are
Action on the flop.
7.9 million.
The first 3-bet on the flop I've seen. Now the shove on the turn. Wow. Yeah.
Looks like they've got a call here, huh?
Okay. Sid shaking his head. No, he let it go.
Oh, he did let it go.
Yeah.
Oh, he must have bluffed there.
And he got the fist pump in his face.
Pocket 9s. Guess it. I don't know. He had a gut shot on the turn. It wasn't the best hand already.
I like the passion here. A lot of passion.
Yeah, I enjoyed that one.
Clapping.
A fist pump
Pounding the
at the table. You love it. And not when you win an all-in, but when you just win a pot, beat the guy, and you're like, yeah, in your face.
That's actually a penalty in Costa Rica if you pound the table.
Did they have such a table pounding problem?
Yeah,
They had to
yeah.
change the rules.
The owner of the casino didn't like it, so he made it a rule that if you slap the table, you got a penalty.
That's not in the TDA rules, huh?
It's not in the TDA rules. Not yet.
Not yet.
All right. Raise to 600,000.
Ten Cate really likes his 3x raises. That seems to be the size that he's just kind of most comfortable using.
When I started poker, where you weren't 3xing, you were the fish on the
Yes.
table.
Exactly.
That's exactly right.
When the 2x bets started coming in, I was saying, what is happening here?
Right.
Yeah.
It used to be you'd only see the min raise when somebody had kings or aces. They just
Right.
go 3x, 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 and then they'd min raise, and you'd be like, uh-oh. Yeah.
Yeah, things have changed a little bit.
The two big changes with sizings is that back in those days it was 3x opens and then it was half pot on the flop. Like when in doubt, half pot.
Yeah.
And both of those sizings are actually quite rare now. You almost never see a 3x raise, with the exception of raising into the short blind or if you're raising from the small blind. And now on the pot, you see small sizings, you see big sizings, but half pot very rarely chosen.
It was 3x plus 1x for every limper. I
Right.
remember
That
was in
that's
Harrington
still
Hold'em.
right. The 1x for every limper, I think, still applies. I think that's
all in charge.
Ten
for
Cate,
Sint.
whoa,
50
whoa.
and raise. Oh, we got a call from Fisz.
It's action.
Here we go.
Show it. Ooh, ace 10
Ace.
versus kings.
I wish we heard the table talk. Put that table talk back on. I want to hear it.
Sure.
All right, ace 10 versus kings. Fisz with kings, ace 10. All in. Sint. Flops, jack, jack.
Yeah, keep those fist pumps coming.
Sint rooting for running jacks.
Oh, a queen on the turn. Means
Nah.
that now only the
Doesn't
ace.
do him.
Oh we are check raising you in the fist pump category. My goodness. Oh, he's getting fist bumps from his buddy. Yeah.
What's going on?
Oh, wow.
What is happening here?
That's proper
yeah.
bad beat. He's on the river.
You would think the Ten Cate would not be happy there, but for some reason he is.
Yeah, the guy on his left getting a lot of chips. Usually not something to be cheery about. You never know here in Holland, I guess. He still has 3.2 million. Right?
Fisz now down to 4.8. He's now the short stack, but still nobody really running away with it at this point. Still over 20 bigs.
So close.
That's some excitement we've been missing at this final table. All right, Fisz right back into the pot, 400,000. After taking a beat like that, Tony, what does it feel like? You just feel like getting right back on the horse and getting in a pot, or what's your thought process there?
Well, for the most part, it doesn't really change your strategy very much. It can sometimes change your table image where some people may assume that if you go right back at it, you could be a little bit tilting. But hopefully you're composed enough in these moments that you can just kind of shrug it off, even if you're simmering on the inside. It is a really bad feeling, though, to get rivered for a big pot at a final table. I mean, it's just like, it just makes your blood boil.
Brutal.
We were talking about 1x races for every limper and stuff, and then all of a sudden, race, 3-bet, 4-bet shove all in, kings versus ace king, all the excitement. Yeah. Lots has changed since the 3x times. Got shot clocks now, big blind antes, 2x, over bets.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the difference now is that we have programs and solvers that can give us answers about these kind of things. Whereas back in the day, we were sort of guessing. You know, we were like, all right, the best players are doing these kind of things. Let's see if we can, you know, derive some sense of what their strategy is and then duplicate it.
Yeah. A lot of people, actually, even successful people in poker, were doing a lot of things, but they didn't even really know why. They just knew it worked.
Yeah. I posted a hand from what was then the most well-regarded book on tournament strategy when I got into the game. This is about 2002, 2003. TJ Cloutier had written one of the few books that was specifically on tournaments. And so a few months ago, I found that book at my parents' house, and I posted one of the very first example hands in the book. And it basically was like you flop top pair with ace king, and the guy bets out into you. What are you supposed to do? And the advice was to fold. And in it, he was like, "Oh, I would have folded pre-flop," but there was nothing. There was no information on position. There was no information on stack sizes. There was no information on what the pre-flop raising size was. I mean, it was so rudimentary back then that people hadn't even really thought about how these basic parts of the game influenced strategy. It was just it was a lot of intuition, a lot of sense, a lot of staring down the man across the table and getting some guess as to whether they were strong or weak.
Yeah. Ace king drawing hand.
Ace king draw, yeah. I remember seeing it. Like I would have folded pre-flop, and I was like, "What in the world?"
My first couple years in Vegas, Remco and I were playing 1-4 spread limit stud high in the Mirage, and it was basically we were by far the youngest players, and
Right.
everyone was playing like they were for the last 20 years. Everyone limped in or completed, and if you would raise or bet without anything, they would get mad, real mad.
Yeah. Yeah, back then it used to be almost in many games it was considered almost like deceitful and bad form to
Yeah.
check raise. If you remember that era, check raise. No, no, no. If you want to bet, you have to bet. You can't just check and then raise. That's sneaky.
Yeah, you still have the signs,
Right.
right? In some Vegas poker rooms, check raising allowed. I remember that. I think
Yes.
even the Bellagio had it.
It was, yes, it was in the movie Lucky You, believe it or not.
Oh, that's a great movie, huh? I watch it a couple times a year just for you to get your checks at.
Thank you. Right?
Yeah, that's me. The guy sending you all the checks every year for a couple cents. That's me watching it on Amazon Prime.
I appreciate that. I really do.
I have it on repeat even when I'm not at home. Love it. Great movie. Great guest stars.
Matt, how many days of filming were you on site for that one?
Over like 6 weeks.
Really?
Yeah, 6 weeks. About 2 weeks in Las Vegas and a month in LA.
And how long were you in the film, like screen time wise?
No, I was probably in there 20 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I've never seen it, honestly.
Oh,
so.
what is wrong with you?
Wow, Tony, come on.
I read the reviews. That's what's wrong with me.
Yeah, come on.
Eric Bana.
You can't believe the reviews.
Raving
That's your
reviews.
your new homework. You got to watch that.
Watch Lucky You. Yeah, I'll get
Yeah.
right on it.
You have to do it.
Oh.
I was a technical advisor on a poker show in the Netherlands a couple of years ago, like a drama show. And I was on set, and I made sure that the hands were right and stuff like that. But I wasn't there for the edit. And the people in the edit, they just messed everything up. They had shots from the turn or the river when all the cards were already on the table, when there still was action. Everything was messed up, and everyone was like, Frank, what have you been doing on this show? It's
Right.
terrible. Yeah, I said, like, well, it wasn't my fault. It was all right when I was there on set.
Yes. Same thing happened in Lucky You.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I interviewed the guy who's the dealer in Casino Royale, and that is to me one of the greatest poker scenes. I love it. Would have loved to be there.
Yeah. All right. Hollederer is going to raise here. Raise to 600,000. Ten
That's
Cate.
that 3x you're talking about from the small blind. And Carter with the call.
En mocht u zojuist het casino binnen zijn gekomen, u hoort een opengeschreeuw. Nou, dat kan, dat klopt, dat spelen hier vanavond.
King and a couple of trees. Trace. Okay.
Vier spelers zitten nog aan deze tafel. Duizend kaarten zijn er verkocht op dit toernooi. En dit zijn de laatste vier spelers.
He's just looking at a stack all the time. He never looks up this.
We've been saying that today. His body language is very peculiar. That he just always looks down.
Matt, you were saying he has a backgammon background?
Yes, he does.
Oh, I guess that's what that's coming from, because you don't really have to look at your opponent in backgammon, right? You guys play backgammon?
Never.
I don't.
Never? Oh,
No.
it's a great game.
It is a great game.
The gambling game as well, huh?
That's for sure. A lot of great poker players came from backgammon.
Yeah. I know Gus Hansen played, huh?
Yes.
But on the
Three.
subject of poker movies, are we all in agreement that Rounders is the best one, or is there any hot takes out there?
No,
To me,
it's
Rounders
Rounders.
is undefeated.
No. It was very. It's a decent movie. It's
Well,
not
I mean,
really bad.
for poker movies, to me, it's undefeated. It's still, nobody's made a better one.
You can't say that. You haven't seen Lucky You, so you can't say
All
that.
right. I do think there are some better films with prominent poker scenes. The one that really leaps to mind is The Sting with Paul Newman and Robert Redford.
Yes.
Has a great poker scene. One of the all-time movies, really. I mean, it won Best Picture, great cast, awesome soundtrack, all these things. But it's not really a poker movie.
Right.
But it does have like a nice long, 15-minute poker scene or something, and none of the details in it are like wonky or off. It's about essentially cheating at the poker table, but it all makes sense. It's not like even Rounders, as much as I enjoy and appreciate it, the poker scenes in it made very little sense. I remember the first hand of Mike McD versus Teddy KGB at the end. It's like, I raised to 150. He's like, then I re-raise you 5,000.
Yeah,
Well, then I'm
yeah.
all in, and then it's I fold with the quarter of half my stack in the middle. It's like, what are we even doing here, guys?
Yeah, and it's not just the hands; it's also the storyline. Like, okay, you beat Johnny Chan once, and
Right. So I'm
just
putting
give up
everything on the line.
Yeah.
I beat him in one hand, and that's why I'm the best now.
I think it was even Limit Hold'em, right?
Yeah, it was limit hold'em. Like, come on.
Yeah. Have you ever heard about Euro Rounders? Have you read it on 2+2?
It's
Yeah,
amazing.
with Marcel Lusk. Yeah.
So good. Just pot, I pot, you pot.
Yeah. Like 10 years ago, I had the plan to make a little movie out of that. with Marcel Lusk never came to fruition, unfortunately.
That's too bad because it could be a nice little short film and just be really, really good.
I needed a French guy somewhere. Not sure what would cost for that. But yeah.
Well,
On this flop, Jack 5-3, Fies does bet 300,000.
we'll have to reach out to Bruno, Matt. We've got the
Yes.
roll of a lifetime for you. It's called Euro Rounders. You and Marcel Lusk, same pot for 8 minutes.
Nice. No call here. Fies does pick up a pot here. He's crawled ahead of Sint once again.
Getting crowdier in the casino. Friday evening.
See me, I'm still thinking about the kings, but I know that you guys that are pros can get over these things quickly. I can't do it. I'm still thinking about the kings. Still steaming. Of what would have been.
Yeah. Would have been 3-handed for one thing.
Yeah.
Matt, what are your thoughts on the walk-on that they do here in the casino? Have you guys seen it? If
No,
you
I
make the
haven't.
final table, you get your own music, you get...
Oh, yeah, I do like that. Yes. I do remember that now. Yes, I like it.
really makes you look, feel special.
Anything
it
that
for-
excitement to it, I'm all for.
They do it for these big tournaments, for the Master Collection Poker and for the WPT Prime. All the other tournaments are put on hold for like 5 to 10 minutes. All the eyes on the main events. I really like it.
I do as well. All right, we got some Dutch in the chat. Lot het Luken. What does that mean?
Altijd looking.
Yes.
Oh, let me just take a look real quick. Laat het lukken means let it work. Hope it works out. Joey
okay.
number 1. Rooting for Joey, yeah.
I thought my pronunciation was pretty good with that, but I must have said something wrong.
Laat het lukken.
All right, we got a pot here developing here with Hollederer and Sint. Queen 8-3 on the flop. 1.4 million in there, and looks like a bet from Hollederer for 900,000. Is that what that was? 700,000. And that'll win this pot. Sint down to 3.6 million. Hollederer back to 10 million.
Somebody in the chat thinking that it's Tony G commentating. That would have been something, I guess.
Yeah, it'd be a slightly different energy in the stream if.
On your
Tony
bike.
D.
On your bike. Used to be my boss, actually, or my boss's boss. Tony G. What a character.
That's right. He is a great character.
Got to some drinking games with him once. The first year there was a tournament in Snowfest in Austria. Oh, yeah. Great time.
I remember that one. All right. Hollederer wins another pot here. Just about even with Ten Cate for the chip lead, 11 million.
Almost 60,000 euros guaranteed. 100,000 more than that to the winner. How's Vince Van Patten been doing in Amsterdam?
He's having a great time. I don't know that he played the event. I'm not sure if he did or not.
I saw a lot of people taking selfies with him. A lot of the Dutch players I follow on Instagram and Twitter, I saw Vince Van Patten everywhere. So
Oh,
he's
nice.
still the popular guy.
Over 20 years as a commentator of the World Poker Tour. Definitely the longest running poker show there is. So
Yep. Ace 6-7 on the flop in this blind versus blind confrontation between Fisz and Hollederer. Fisz will fire out 300K on the flop.
Hold there. It's looking up actually. Sandra Barbour in the background, I saw her reporting for WPT.com.
nice.
That's the little sister of Miss Mercier.
Yes.
Very hard worker, long days, covering poker tournaments.
You've done a lot of that in your career, right? Right?
A lot. It's in the past now, but yeah. Every now and then I still do it. I love it. It's not as easy as it looks.
Definitely not. Especially when you get the criticism from the players. Hey, I have 112,000. You wrote I had 106. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I must have missed it when you won that blind. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why we had the app. So I would always just tell people, well, you can change it yourself. Good luck. But with WPT, just tell one of the reporters and they'll change it right away, I'm sure.
That is correct. The young lady that is with the iPad, she's typing the action on the board into the computer for the live stream.
No, you need some extra time. It's been raised to 500 because the blinds are now 125 and 250. Raised to 500, Hollederer with the 10 million stack, thinking about it. And I imagine he's thinking about a 3-bet. There it is. 1.2 millions. Not even that big a raise.
I like the
Oh.
sizing. Leaves Fisz enough room to jam and believe that he can get a fold some of the time. I don't think he needs to go too big here at these stack sizes. This looks pretty good from Hollederer.
Does let it go. So the Lederer does take the chip lead here. They are at the 125, 250 level now. Big blind ante. Frank, are you a big blind first or ante first guy? I know that most of Europeans have switched over to big blind first, even though it's the incorrect way to do it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, to me it's ante first.
There you go.
There
you go.
Yeah, I guess you put the ante in first and then the blinds, right?
Exactly.
I mean, on the other end, it is tough if you're that short.
Exactly, but that's what you
Yeah.
want. You want the short stacks to be under pressure. At least we do. You always want the short stack to be under pressure unless you're the short stack.
I think we've got another 3-bet. It's a shove, actually.
Vice is all in. Letter's got 3.7 million to call. Ten Cate's also in this pot. Originally called the 500,000.
And Hollederer has not been one to waste time, so I think he does have a close decision here, and it's complicated by having Ten Cate behind him.
Totaal gezet door Eli Fisz 4 miljoen.
Yeah, throws it down. Asking me how much it is. I think this squeeze is gonna work.
Cate seems similarly on the fence. But it will get through. So Vice winning a nice pot there without having to show his cards.
Don't have a bio sheet for Ten Cate, but what's your read on him, Tony?
From what we've seen so far, I would say that he's like a recreational player, but he's definitely thinking about poker. Played a lot of poker, has some tournament sense, but we've seen enough things from him that would lead us to believe, as Frank said, he's not a full-time professional poker player. Whether that's raise folding 2 big blinds to a 6 big blind reshove, whether that's using the 3x sizing at a point in the tournament where smaller sizes would work better. Fast playing the nut flush earlier in a spot where I think almost every professional would just call on the turn. And as I mentioned earlier, I do think his approach is one of, hey, I'm going to play good cards. And if I lose playing good cards, so be it. But I don't think he's really that likely to bluff off his stack or make a huge move. Now, of course, I could be wrong. I can't see whole cards. I've only watched this guy play for a few hours. But that is the impression I have so far.
He has one cash on his hand mob, and that's from earlier this week. So, I mean, you never know. Could be like an online player, but he's playing solid enough. Danny Maxwell in the background. WPT photographer. Somebody in the chat is asking, is she typing the action and the board? Yeah, she is. They have a dashboard for that custom app. Still, she needs to focus constantly. Ten Cate in the small blind versus Fisz under the gun. Fisz was the pre-flop raiser, and he makes the continuation bet as well. Ten Cate check calls on the flop. Checks again on the turn with the board pairing. This with another bet, 1.2 million this time. Looks like Ten Cate contemplating a call. Yeah, there it is. Six of spades. Third spade out there. Ten Cate checks. Oh, check, check. Show us the winner. Looks like Ten Cate has the winner. Check 10. Wow, wow, wow. He flopped a straight. He flopped Broadway, makes a flush on the river. Big, big pot for Ten Cate.
I was explaining to the fans what he has.
Man, not only flopped the straight, but one card off the royal or a straight flush.
Matt, in all your years, have you seen a royal flush in the final table of a WPT?
Oh, of course, yeah. Not very many, but I've definitely seen one. I can't remember where it was. To think about it. Definitely was a royal flush.
Tony, how many royal flushes have you had in your poker career?
Under 10. I'm trying to think if it was over 5. Probably right around 5, and I can remember the first time I flopped a royal flush. It was an online poker like way back in the day, but I just remember playing in my friend's basement. I flopped a royal flush, and I was like, "Oh my god, guys, you gotta see this!"
Yeah, screenshot it.
Right. But yeah, probably around a half dozen feels right. And I wouldn't surprise if it's actually under.
Very rare.
Sint's folding here, and Fisz gets a walk.
The other incredibly rare poker things I've seen is aces, kings, queens in a 3-handed poker game at the end of a satellite where 2 of us were getting a seat. And I've seen set under set under set on the flop once, I think.
Yeah.
Frank, I imagine as a reporter you would have actually seen more because people will always call you over if something crazy happens.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was still pretty rare, of course, but especially in the summer, 7 weeks of poker tournament action, you would, get a lot of setups, big hands, quads, some royal flushes for sure. But still, always feels kind of special. But you hear all the bad beat stories. many hands of poker do you think you've played in your life, Tony?
Oh boy.
Man.
Tricky, huh?
I would, yeah, like, especially as a predominantly online player, and I used to like 18 table, it would be in the millions, of course.
Yeah.
I would think that honestly, even my like all my live poker together, it's quite possible it doesn't reach the volume of 1 year that I put in during the years that I was like playing, 5-6 days a week and playing anywhere from 10 to 18 tables at a time.
Yeah.
So,
4 club board here now.
and 4 straight.
These are the pots. Oh, there's a check.
Got happy to go to showdown. King 10 for the flop, 2 pair. I guess it's enough.
Oof.
Ace. Ooh.
Beats aces.
Ooh.
If you're 10 Cate there, are you putting a bet in that pot? Tony, even though you don't have a club after the check. Oh, I think Tony stepped away. Missed it.
Yeah.
Only thinking about it.
Yes.
What's that? I missed it.
It was a 4 club board, straight board, but Hollederer had King 10, 2 pair, and Ten Cate had aces. And it said, would you have put a bet in there on the river if you're 10 Cate with the 4 clubs on the board after being checked?
With 2 pair?
No, with the aces. I mean, it went check and then Ten Cate checks behind.
Turning your aces into a bluff.
I doubt it. My guess is you're gonna have some worse hand that's turn into a bluff, and sometimes your aces are gonna win over 1 pair.
Okay.
In spots like those, you're gonna have a bunch of hands that have just no showdown value, no pot share at all. Those are the ones you want to start turning into bluffs. Anything that can win at showdown, likely worth just checking down and seeing what it does.
Hollederer in the chip lead and wins this one.
Getting
500,000
short
bet
now.
all in. Yeah, Sint is in this pot 10-5-5. Does check. And a check. Turn card is a 3 of clubs. Hollederer now bets 550,000. Sint looking like he's going to raise here, and he does.
He's not all in. He is committing most of his chips.
He's raised to 1.2 million.
Went 5 million behind. It's gonna win it for him.
Not a huge air ball.
Nice.
Just a total air ball.
You love it. Dude. Wow. Could have won some money from me because I would have never guessed that.
No, never ever. It's the kind of play that my commentator half like cheers and roots for, and my professional coach player half is like, I don't know about that.
Buffalo high. Hollederer still at 11 million though. Back at it with a raise to 500,000. And takes it down.
Vice the small blind on the short stack. There's 10 blinds here. He's going to compete. Yes, he is.
Talking about changes in strategy, when I started, generally accepted tournament strategy, if you were under 20 big blinds, you only had two options, either fold or shove all in. I guess that has changed a lot as well.
It has. Now you'll see limping at like 6, 7 big blinds in the small blind.
Right, five's moving all up here.
Yeah.
2.5 million.
It was a surprising play. I mean, he just jammed like 4x pot, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, he's more likely to be in a draw. I don't know why you would play a king that way.
Takes it down.
Does win it. Five's asking for a count. It's 575. 450 more for letter of call. And the letterer does make the call.
met 575.000. Bedrijven vol. Zeven koning.
King 7 on flop there. Better checks.
Jones checked.
3 on the turn. Hollederer not looking for any tells, that's for sure. Staring straight down at the table. And he's betting. Looks like $1 million, 1.1, and he'll win the pot. He's now down to 12 big blinds. Sint right behind 15. Right ahead. Who's the player that impresses me the most, or it has impressed me the most? Being a WPT guy, I gotta think Darren Elias is so consistent on our tour. I don't know how, or why.
It's pretty nuts, isn't it?
It is. He doesn't have as much success in other events, but for some reason, in the WPT, he's always there. He's always in the money. I mean, I've been around Phil Ivey a long time in my career and seen him do some things that I've never seen anybody else do. But Darren Elias, and now Altman's come on, and he's incredible too. Yeah, so I've seen these guys, the consistency, I don't know what it is. I sometimes think they get locked into the structure's the same everywhere. You can kind of get locked into it, and I don't know. Is that a thing, Tony?
In the case of both Darren and Brian, especially with the WPT, I almost just can't explain the consistency of their results. Brian has really leapt out at me recently, where he does play a lot of volume, but it just seems like every time he goes to a tournament stop, he's like, "Oh, my bag was chip lead up, I made the final table, I won," and I'm just like, bro, don't you ever just lose a coin flip for 25 blinds and that's it? That's common tournament experience in the world. I know world-class players who go long stretches without scores. And Brian's just yep, I'm chip leader again. Yeah. I guess I just never lose flips. It almost sounds like I'm just saying he runs good. That's not my criticism at all or anything like that. He's fantastic. But it does feel like when I watch his results, I'm just what on earth is happening? The guys that impressed me though, Darren and Brian both fit this description, but to me it's the guys who are the quiet killers who have been there forever. So that means to me Brian Altman, Darren Elias, Jeremy Ausmus, Shannon Shore, guys who have been doing this for 10, 15 years, consistently excellent results, and just have no real interest in self-promotion or trying to flaunt how good their results are. They're very invested in the process and in bettering themselves as poker players, and then the results just flow from that. In this age of heavy self-promotion and internet marketing on social media, and really just a lot of players who are a lot closer to influencers more than poker players being the ones that draw the attention now. It just doesn't really move the needle for me, and I love these guys who are so consistent, so excellent, and so about their business.
Shannon Short, like I said, he didn't get into the Champions Club, and he's probably the number one player in my book that should get there at some
Right.
point.
I mean, he has a second.
I think he's made 6 or 8 final tables or something like that. It's
Right.
ridiculous.
He lost to Frank the Tank.
Yeah,
Heads
Frank
up.
the Tank. Yep. I'd like to know the answer to that. Most final tables without a win. I'm sure Shannon's right there in that company. I always tell Helmut he's just not that accomplished. He hasn't won a WPT. Oh, he loves it. He hates it. He's very. We got ace 9 here. A win pot, ace high, wins it for Ten Cate. It's almost like the beer, huh? Ten Cate?
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. No, it's Tecate. It's a Mexican beer.
There's an oxymoron for you.
Oh, wow. So that's one of the things that I'm doing this year. I do not drink beer, but I'm going to Liechtenstein for a WPT event. And then there's an event in Madrid, and there's about 10 days in between. And I decided to stay in Europe, and we're going to go to Oktoberfest. So I've heard they have wine there. I don't drink beer, but I heard Oktoberfest is something you have to go to at least once in your life. So give it a shot.
You'll have a great time from what I've heard from everyone who's went.
Yeah. I know, it's in September, right? It's crazy. It ends in October.
En dat het niet wordt de meeste 500.000 tot de fysiek, maar er wordt al ingezet door Johnny Sint. En die vraagt, hoeveel is het? Het is 3.275.000. Het is te veel voor de
Juist!
Johnny Sint.
Zo is een beest! Schrijf je terug voor die onder! Stek in die handen! Stek in die handen! Zo. Ik denk dat je er nog wat bij moet gooien hoor! Hetzelfde heeft een deels niks met ruimte gestuurd, misschien zo'n feest. Zien jullie zo boys? Als jullie headset zijn. Hij zegt net dit is zo'n telefoon. Hoe lang is dat? We zijn niet tussen. Ja, daarom is het goed weer vast.
Yeah, it goes to 30 minutes heads up. Just because we get so many more hands in that level. So.
spelers in deze blok. Floris Ten Cate met de vriend Hollederer. De vlok 4, 9, 3. De turn is 6. Check. Floris maakt een bet. 1,1 miljoen.
One card to come, 9, 6, 3, 4 on the board. 2 diamonds, 2 clubs. And the other card is another club, the Jack of Clubs.
Check. Floris checkt. De kaart over voor 9 van de 4.
9 versus 8. I think Ten Cate thought he should have probably bet there, but we'll see. He doesn't, and Hollederer wins the pot. Guy's been just hovering around 10 to 20 big ones for most of the day. Hanging in there, laddering up. Next prize payout is $48,440 US dollars. I should say $64,209 US dollars. We're down to the final 4. First place, 186,178. And don't forget, they do get that $10,400 seat to go to win the championship in Las Vegas. They'll soon go to 150, 300,000. So.
Wilt u even dit zo zien, er wordt de race doorgevoerd naar 500.000. Joey Koort. Joey gaat mee met een race van geniet van 500.000 krijgen vlot. De blok is 474. Joey zet de voet op de weg van 400.000. Het is te veel voor Joey Joey vond en de pot gaat naar de visie.
Cate wins this one, takes 625,000. Cate down to 8.2 million, yeah. My biggest poker pet peeve is stalling. It's turned into stalling. It wasn't always stalling. It's kind of turned into that. People that don't stack their chips in 20s. Also another one. But probably my biggest pet peeve is when people throw the racks on the floor.
That they do that?
Yes, all the time.
I see people throw or like just set them on the floor. After
Set them on the floor.
Okay.
Sometimes in an aisleway. Yes. I've stepped on enough racks in my time to know that it's dangerous. Also, rude. Let her raise this all in. And he'll take this one down. Yeah. Players just take the racks to the table and then they throw them under the table. You realize that somebody has to pick those up, right? But players don't seem to care. Are you one of those players, Tony?
No.
Just take an extra second and hand them to somebody, or hand them to the dealer, or put them on the table to the side. Do something.
Yeah, I always set them on like a counter or a table. It'd be very, very rare that I'd set it on the floor. I'm more so just conscious that like, I might move my chair and smash into it and just make all kinds of mess.
Yeah. It does happen. So yeah, I guess that's my biggest pet peeve.
My biggest poker pet peeve? An easy one is dealer abuse. I just find that really, really frustrating. That's up there. Luckily, you don't see it nearly as much anymore. Or maybe I'm just a tournament player. You don't really see it as often in tournaments. This is a more specific one. I hate getting coolered by nits. I hate it so much. It's just like I know what they're doing. I know how they're playing. I just don't really respect the way nits play, and so to lose to them, to just get coolered, there's just that like really bitter part of me that's just like must be nice. You just sit there and you play no hands and you still get the win. Like I wish that I was a bigger man about it, but like when a nit really coolers me, I always bite my tongue, but on the inside I'm just seething.
Fies is shoved all in here for 3.1 million. It's back to Sint. And Fies does have him covered. Sint down to 2-time extension chips. This is the hand he wants to go. Nope. Down to 625.
Frank, what's your biggest poker pet peeve? Yeah, exactly. It's like, grow up. That's a good one. We've got a small raise from Sint, blind versus blind, up against Fisz. And I like this play. I think this is it's a pretty savvy play from Sint to still have some small raises, blind versus blind. You see this in ICM at these short stacks. You really use a very small sizing. So good stuff from Sint here. He does check the flop and faces about a 250. And a quick release. Ooh, yeah.
Right. Letters moved on. Yeah. It's changed his strategy a little bit. This is the third shove we've seen by him in the last 10 hands, Tony. What do you think about that? The chip leaders just start shoving.
I think at these stack sizes, it's excellent. It's really excellent because the way they're distributed right now, both short stacks kind of trying to outweight each other, and then he's got a big gap over himself at second. So whoever's in second can almost call off with almost nothing. Obviously the very strongest hands, but he's playing his chip lead really well right now, and there are even spots he can open jam against Ten Cate. Yeah, definitely. He's played a really nice final table so far tonight. Of course, I don't have the insight of seeing his cards, but just table presence, poise, the hands that we have seen, the aggression in the pots that we haven't seen. Is that a queen of spades or hearts on his arm? Queen of hearts. And here, nice. Right.
They're drinking champagne, beer, and having a good time. All right, so he's looking right into the camera.
That is another thing that you used to see much more of than you do now, which is drinking at the table in a tournament, especially like deep in a tournament.
Mm-hmm.
You'd see people having drinks at a final table or casually drinking, whatever it is. And now, I think many poker players, they still drink, but they have a really strict separation between gambling time and drinking time. And Fisz here says it's gambling time. There's the lucky beer level, that's right. Right. Yeah, from what I've seen in the fields in Las Vegas recently, even a lot of the casual players have a pretty good handle on the game. I think Vegas is a little bit of a specific market where if you go to more off the beaten path, you'll see recreational players who are still just very novice at the game of poker. But certainly within Las Vegas, even when I get to a table with players I'm unfamiliar with, most of them are playing pretty well. They have a good handle on the game. They play the right hands pre-flop. Their sizings are on point. All right. And it was following a raise from 700,000. So again, we'll see this situation play out where Ten Cate is getting a fantastic price on calling off Sint all in. But Fisz also in the tank. Yeah, and yet again, getting this fantastic price. Ten Cate folds for the reshove from Sint. I mean, again, we're entering a territory where he's priced in with basically almost everything. Almost. That's the second time we've seen that pattern play out between the two of them.
Third time.
Third time. I must have missed one when I stepped away for a moment. One of the times we saw the quick rejam with the queens and he tabled king 10, but it wasn't nearly as tempting a price. But that's twice now we've seen basically a 3-to-1 price get passed up by Ten Cate. Yeah, from his bet sizings, you do think he might not be as conscious of hot odds. Well, Hollederer not going to let Sint get away with stealing the blinds here.
Queen 10-6 on the flop. Letter checks. 650.
Hollederer all in. Going to put Sint to the test here. Certainly plenty of draws out there Hollederer can have. I imagine with both a 10 and a queen, this would be his preferred play. Certainly a queen or 10, and really a lot of the sixes I think I would call, and then obviously draws with a lot of equity. Even something like ace king should probably call there.
Didn't look like he had any of that there, and it looks like they may be going on another short break. And they absolutely are. We will come back with what we think will be the exciting conclusion to this final table, with 4 players left and a lot at stake. Over 160,000 euros up top, and that $10,000 seat to the WPT World Championship at stake. We'll be right back.
No, I mean generally, sometimes they don't allow it.
All right, and then this is the rest. Let's see, we got 10, 14, 15, 16, 17 point, yeah, about 17.5. I think maybe they need 17. Okay, it's either 17.4.
just have my insurance from the bottom. Yeah, just if you remember. Yeah, oh, just double it. Because the most time it's like this, if you forget to move the button, it's not really, especially if it's long, sometimes you just put the phone there, going to something with the blind. No. Quite short.
went to smoke, it was on 10 minutes. I was like, okay, I'm going to hurry. And now it's on 8 minutes. Okay.
Some problem in plastic.
Okay, nice. Hi, I'm Shilpa. Yeah. I was yesterday. Yeah.
Okay, alle spelers van het main event komen jullie weer richting tafel. The last 4 players of the main event, please come back to the table. Floris, Joey, Eli en Philippe. Floris, Joey en Eli komen jullie weer aan tafel.
Going to 15300 now. Then those quarter chips will come off the table and we'll start 2-4. I believe. Actually, I think there's a 255 now that I think about it, so I don't think they come off yet. I don't think they come off quite yet. But after that, they would come off, and now you see 2.3 million is just about the short stack. Hey Frank, why is it that most of the Dutch people speak English as well? Is it taught in school? Okay. Okay. Oh, really? Needed to do that. Things so short. Under the gun. Just put it in there. Hollederer has 17 million, so still decides to fold there. All right, he's up to 10 big ones, no? Yeah. $60 bigs at this stage is pretty good. Again, we probably should be heads up at this level, just to be honest. So, the short stacks have hung around a bit longer than I thought. I was a bad poker player, so I took a job at a casino where I was making a lot more money than I was making as a service technician for an alarm company. So I decided to take a job at the casino, became a dealer, and then I got carpal tunnel. Because I got carpal tunnel, I couldn't deal anymore, and I had to go on the floor. And then the guy that ran the tournaments took a vacation. I filled in for him, and I liked it so much that I became the assistant tournament director, and then the tournament director. And then in 2001, I was playing a lot of tournaments and running tournaments. And at that time, I decided that I was going to make a move to a different casino. And then when I did that, I went up to the World Series to try and start a group of people getting together to standardize the rules of tournament poker. And that's how I started the Tournament Directors Association in 2001. And out of that, I got invited to run the World Series of Poker in 2002. And I did that for 3 years. And then I've been with the World Poker Tour since season 1, either running events or as now I'm the tour director of it. So I've had pretty much every single role in poker. Probably more television shows, over 500 than just about anybody. And it's been a great career, been a great life, met a lot of great people, traveled to a lot of great places. It's been really good. Yes, it has. Been very good. I've definitely had a good life because of poker. Poker's been part of my life. Met my wife at the World Series of Poker. She was working at Binion's Horseshoe when I met her, and we're together 18 years. So yeah, poker's been a big part of my life. That's for sure. All right, go all in.
Yeah, back-to-back shoves from Sint here. Does Fisz quickly go all in as well? He's up and he's fist pumping.
He's fist pumping again.
That's you know what, boys, that might be one of the bigger tells I've ever seen. There's action behind and you're out of your chair fist pumping.
He's got that kings again. Time against 10.
That's a real one. That runs right into it. Yeah, that's Jack reference is very apt, Frank. Really reminds me of that.
9.
No, Fisz definitely doesn't want to see you right now. Well, on the turn, a nice clean card turn. So 10 is only a 10. Will save Sint. Fisz celebrating with the crowd. Taking it big, long. Collecting kisses from the crowd, high-fiving his friends. You know, I've never seen somebody have so much fun busting out of a tournament. Yeah. You know, and I will say, since he was so short for so much of his final table, even laddering into fourth place can feel like a win. You know, if you're 8-handed and you have 6 good blinds, you tell yourself, oh, I'm probably not going to do any better than 8th or 7th. And when you finish 4th, you're like, yeah, I did great.
What's going on?
Right. It was a little bit of a tell. He's out of his chair, literally looking at the crowd. Yeah, I got him. I mean, somebody started a thread recently about what are the greatest televised programs of all time, and that was an automatic inclusion on so many people's lists. That's just such an iconic hand. Yeah, nobody's gonna ever top that.
Fisz looking a little more confident here with that win. Now, calling 150. Check behind. Hollederer. Eight, 4, 3 on the flop. Hollederer must have something here, it seems. Maybe a flopped a pair. Nope. Wrong again. That is right. That's right. Exactly. trying to think. Could he get him off the hand with the raise? I'm not sure.
I get asked that pretty often, and I have a real cop-out answer. But the truth is, I enjoy both because they prevent burnout from both sides. You know, if I was just playing all the time, I know that I would burn out pretty badly. If I was just doing commentary all the time, I know that I would get itching to play and be like, you know, sometimes you watch poker and you're like, oh man, come on, get me in there. I could get these guys, right? But having both allows an outlet when you're feeling the burnout on the opposing side. So, you know, it really is both. I guess if you force me to choose, I'd probably be playing. That's what I've been doing longer. It feels purer in a way, and it's not, you know, the beautiful part about gambling for a living, you know, I'll continue this thought after we see this hand resolved, because Hollederer has moved all in Cate and the tank here. Looks like he really might call this off, but no, he will let it go. The beautiful part about gambling for a living is it's a meritocracy, where although there's some luck involved, ultimately, you know, what you get out is what you put in, and if you're willing to outwork your opponents, exercise good bankroll management, and game selection, you know, you'll probably do well in this living. You know, with commentary, my continued employment is dependent on a lot of things, some of which are out of my control. You know, it could be that one day the WPT goes off the air and then I'm out of a job and then, you know, I didn't necessarily do anything wrong, but that's just the way it goes. It could be that one day I make an especially insensitive tweet and they say, hey, you just can't have that, you know, around here, you know, you're fired, you pissed off the wrong people. Cate all in here against Fisz with about an equivalent stack.
Totaal gezet 4.150.000. Geen callers voor Floris, dus all in.
I mean, as long as there is a poker game or a form of gambling that's player dependent somewhere, you can make a living at it, but you can't really be that confident about commentary. You kind of need things to fall your way and to not make any mistakes that could be career ending.
I think you're safe, Tony.
I'm pretty safe and I'm pretty careful these days. I've been at it a long time, but I mean, this is, you know, this is the age of cancel culture, and I mean, I'm telling you, like, I'm not a very divisive character on Twitter, and yet I have still, in just the last few years, made tweets where people on both sides of the political spectrum have been tweeting at our bosses trying to get me fired.
Yeah.
And that's just the reality of the world we live in.
Yeah.
Those are your accounts, huh?
Yeah, you get a little bold on Twitter once in a while, Tony.
About once a year.
I don't mind it.
About once a year, I strike a vein, and the weird thing about Twitter is that's the time you get all of the engagements and the likes and the shares and everything. It's
Right.
set up to generate conflict. It rewards you being divisive, and it's, in my opinion, very unhealthy. But the algorithm is what it is. So in many ways, I tried to tone it down, if only because I don't like playing into it. You know, I can feel myself, I can feel my community being manipulated by these social media algorithms. I don't really like it. There are certain personalities in poker, not going to name names, who basically try and build a brand off of being divisive and creating conflict, and I don't really respect it. I mean, you know, if you're saying, you said his name, not me, but yeah, you know, Doug is a good example, and he's a fantastic poker player in his day, but the influencer version of Doug is not something I respect.
Yeah. And for me, I just have people, you know, when you have people that are just attacking you constantly about certain things that you know you work your whole career to do.
Right.
It comes up, and I'm not even allowed to say anything. You know, 'cause if
Yeah.
I do, then I get backlash, right? And it's just it's kind of unfair in some ways, but you know, it's just something you have to deal with. When
I have
you
had.
become a public personality in the industry you've chosen, you have to kind of take it and you know, let people say whatever they want.
That's right.
Because if I wanted to come back and say what I really wanted to say, you know, it would not be viewed as very well.
As a professional, you're the one that will face consequences.
Right.
You know, Jordan Christos has been a subject of some social media controversy recently, and he has my phone number, and he's texted me multiple times recently that I should try and get you fired, Matt.
Yeah. Well,
You know,
you're not the only one he's texted. So don't feel so special. All right, Ten Cate's moved all in for 4.5 million. Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's very strange. Meanwhile, texting all of my other friends asking for backing.
right? Yes, yeah, I get those ones too. This looks like we may have a confrontation here. Fisz cutting out the chips he would need to call, counting down the stack. This looks like a man who's preparing himself mentally to call. That's my read.
It's got the head scratching tell. I'm not sure what it is. But there it goes.
I think it's E6. Oh my goodness.
Oh,
A6 or
A6. One suited in spades, and then an ace of hearts, 6 of diamonds.
The diamond's the relevant card.
Ten Cate really feels like he's got it.
All right, let's chop it up, boys and girls.
No. I see Pinky there in the background. One of our tour management doing a great job keeping us all informed of what's going on over there and this event. Yes. Fisz is raising 600,000. Sorry, Fisz is calling. So excuse me. Let her maybe raise. And the flop is down. 10, 4, 3, 2 hearts. 600K.
I think the 10 high boards are supposed to be pure checks. Maybe if you get something like 10-6-7, because the big blind has more 9-8, those would see a little bit of weedy. But, you know, 10 rag should be a pure check. So I'm not quite sure what Fisz's range looks like here. Last time we saw him do this, it was with ace queen of clubs on like a king 5-3 rainbow board. So it was a very mergy bet. I'm not quite sure what to make of this, though. Since he's betting into the chip leader, I would lean towards his having more of a value hand this time around. It's just makes sense to me that you would do this with a decent 10, a low 2 pair. but it's not unheard of that he can have the 5-6s of the world, flush draws and so forth, combo draws. But my feeling is that he has a good vulnerable 10. If I just absolutely had to choose one type of hand, something like a king 10.
And Hollederer going with a time extension on the 1.5 million bet. Hollederer considering his options here. Wow.
Yeah.
Fisz back to scratching his head again.
I still kind of think he has a 10. To have that kind of reaction where you're like, oh no, I might have to call with it. Yeah. Time bank chips. No, time bank chips. It was the whole stack of time bank chips.
Let's see. Ten Cate thought he called too. He was so excited there for a second. Time chips. Now, my rule is when you throw out all your time chips, you have to use them. You can't ask for some back. So he's throwing out all his time chips. He's got a full minute and a half plus the original 30 seconds to act on his hand. So if he were going to fold right away, some people feel like you should get some of those time chips back. But I say you put them in the pot, they stay in the pot. And it's now used them. So it's a decision of the tournament for him, obviously, if he's throwing them all out there. You put him on a 10, you said, huh, Tony?
That made the most sense to me, still makes the most sense to me. And if you've got a 10 on a board this dynamic, don't fold. But this does illustrate the problem with leading. You end up just building this huge pot that you really don't want when you're second in chips versus the chip leader and the other guy has got half your stack. This is a disaster. Even if he calls and he's correct, and Hollederer has something like Queen Jack, it's just an absolute ICM disaster for Fisz that he ended up in an all-in situation where he's going to bust some percentage of the time. Whatever Hollederer has, it's 10 to 14, 15-ish outs, which means that if he calls, he's correct, he's going to bust out of this tournament like a quarter of the time. And when you're, oh boy, I wonder, man, that is more than any other hand this final table one. I wish we had old cards for. I don't know. It does make me think that Hollederer had a genuine decision that needed deliberation. I don't think it was posturing. I don't think he has like a set of 8s and he's like, oh, put in some time bank shapes and really trick him here. I think he genuinely wanted to think it over, kind of considered his options and thought, yeah, all in does feel like the best. I mean, you get into some situations in poker where, all 3 options are viable. Yep. Fisz looks engaged here. Not out of his chair fist pumping, but he's going for it. Oh.
Hollederer lets it go.
Well, this
What
would be
a-
a very deciding round if you have an identical stack. Ice with sixes, and Cate with the king 10. Honestly, even calling off the sixes is extremely close here. Calling off all in under ICM with pairs is very close always.
7-5-5 on the flop. King or 10. Or, I think Cate has a cover. I'm not sure exactly. A great week again. Cate takes home at least 86,085. What does that mean? You've got the
Guys, just give me about 30 seconds here. I'll be right back.
A nice score for $1,100 line. Nearly, just about nearly half. One double up. Chip leader.
Heb je er ook een poeder bij, een meter?
Yes. Where's the Stroop waffles? Not recently. I had way too many when I was over there. But yes, I haven't had many recently. Which airline is it that gives you the airline? What do they give you? It's a little houses. Yes, we have some of those as well. I didn't watch Stroop waffles. Where are those? Yes, absolutely. I'm not a coffee drinker. So I do like my tea. See, now you're just teasing me. Yes, I'm in. Right. All right, they got the flowers. What is that? Is that like one of the little houses too? What is that? There you go.
It's their own local trophy, which is cool to see.
I love it. Okay. I'm not going to try that one. Okay. Speaking of Marcel, we see Marcel Lusk. Is he at the event? Okay. Yes. Marcel was at one point trying to be in competition with the TDA rules. But we never charged for it, and he was trying to charge for it. So I think in that case, the ones that aren't trying to charge for it went out over time. But yeah, and I'm against the betting lines. So there you go. We still differ on that. I think the betting line is too many angles can be caused with that betting line. Yeah. Oh, nice.
Ooh, I love a good plaque.
Dude, those are real cash value, I think. It's beautiful. I remember that. The flowers, too. I love that. That's 150,000. Nice display.
Never seen it.
Oh, come on. We haven't Bay 101.
Wait, Bay 101. I was just going to correct myself. Late, I want to say like 2010, 2011-ish Bay 101.
Yeah, and we also have them at Seminole Hard Rock as well now. No, they're tournament ships. Yeah, I don't think so. I have very great memories of them in Monte Carlo. And one of the guys that ran the SBM over there gave me and my wife a tour of the back office where they had all of the old plaques that are out of use, and they all have them all in the storeroom, and they gave me one. It was really nice. Here in the United States, when we get done with the chips, you have to destroy them. Yes. Yeah, I mean, that's a no-win situation. Either you give them back to him, or you lose them or get stolen from you. And there's no wins, no wins. The best thing that can happen is you break even.
Jullie mogen weer aan tafel komen.
Yes.
Those are good opportunities to just build up a lot of credibility, so then you can scam people for a lot more down the line. So just, you know.
Eén van deze twee spelers die gaat straks naar huis met 161.000 euro.
I know the story. I was actually just going to tell this story. That's so funny you did, Frank.
You brought 10,000.
Eli Fisz, kom je weer terug aan tafel. Eli Fisz, waar ben je?
The crowd is building up here. What time is it there now? Okay. You know what you need on the table is those little shoes. The Dutch shoes, where are those at? Yeah. No.
Ook Eli is er, heeft recht gevonden.
We think about that in windmills in the United States.
Okay, for your information, for your
Yep.
class, we still have 32
And the coffee
minutes left
shops.
in this level. When we go to the next level, we play half-hour levels.
I saw an article recently in Amsterdam spending money on a campaign to try and stop a certain kind of tourist. Trying to stop, basically like young British guys coming over for like stag party kind of things, that sort of vibe. They're literally trying to spend money to reduce that.
Lines on the table, please.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like telling kids they're not allowed to do something. They're like, oh yeah? Right.
Right. Well, I did almost get run over by a train because they do not stop. Yeah, the tram, yeah. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. I'm surprised you don't see more accents. Yeah, it's like a leisure seat. It's like they're discussing something. I have no idea. It's a pretty simple calculation. He's got 2 times as many chips he does, almost to the chip. What do you think about deals, Tony?
I think they make a lot of sense. You know, it's so unusual and strange to say, hey, you know, we're going to play heads up for more money than I've ever played in my life.
When you're not, most of these guys aren't even heads-up players, aren't experienced heads-up players. It makes a lot of sense to me to make deals in poker when you get short-handed and you get heads-up, and all of a sudden you're playing what is essentially an astronomical stakes poker game. I completely understand why anybody would want to make a deal, especially if we're already in the territory of life-changing money, and just locking up more just kind of solidifies the score for you. My strongest opinion is I'm a big proponent of casinos that will facilitate deals. I'm a big fan when the casino says, yeah, we will be the mediator. Okay, the two of you have signed off, and we agree upon these numbers, and so these are the numbers, and we at the casino will modify the payouts and pay you to appropriately and file the appropriate pay work. There are, of course, plenty of places that just say, hey, we don't want to get mixed up in that. That can lead to some awkward situations. It can create legal liability. I understand why casinos don't do it. It's not a criticism of any casinos that don't facilitate it. But as a player, I really appreciate it when the casino does facilitate it.
Yeah. Oh, I just, it's always been a part of poker. I don't think a lot of people feel like the casino should not have anything to do with it, and that way people get taken advantage of. And I've always been the guy that feels like we should be able to step in if somebody's getting taken advantage of. Like in this certain case, if the guy said, hey, I've got twice as many chips as you, I should get first place and you should get second, and the guy says, doesn't know, says, okay, that sounds fair, or something like that, then I'm going to step in and say, that's not actually how deals work.
I don't know. I really don't. I don't know. I'd want to think about it longer. I'm inclined to my leaning is that everyone gets to make their own decisions, and poker is a ruthless capitalistic jungle environment, and eat or be eaten. However, I think it's also entirely appropriate for casino staff to say to one of the players, oh, I don't think this deal is very favorable for you. That's my opinion, but if this is what you choose, we will facilitate it. I think that's fine.
Yeah, I'm not jumping in the middle of somebody that gets slightly the best of it. If he were to say, hey, I've got, just in this situation right here, I've got twice the amount of chips, so I should get twice the amount of money, and the tournament should be over. And if the other guy doesn't know anything, or this first time, being at a final table, he might say, okay. And I've seen many deals like that where there's 3 players left, and the guy says, okay, I'll take first, and you guys chop second and third, and the other players, they go for it. And just,
right.
To me, it's not, it's not proper, because if somebody's new to this kind of situation, they could get taken advantage of, and it creates a bad experience.
I would think if I were in those players' shoes, and if I was the chip leader, for example, I might offer a deal like that, but tell them this is not a good deal for you. I'll tell them, look, what I'll take is first place money. Now you shouldn't accept that deal; it's not good for you. But if your priority is locking up a certain amount of money, this is your path to doing that.
Yeah.
And I think that's fair on all parties. You're making an informed decision. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't choose it that way. But if you've got certain expenditures in life, and locking up this amount of money will get you there, okay, I'm opening a path to that outcome. Right. No, I think.
Oké, dealer. Shabbat aprendido. Onze sportgast gaat weer aan met papieren. We moeten hier de volgende spelen op levels 1 en 3.
Right. You're saying if it's a brand new player, first time ever in this situation, you don't want to protect that player. And I'm always defending the guy that doesn't want to make a deal. That's the other thing. If one player does, I'm never gonna let that guy get bullied into making a deal. At this point, we don't know if the deal has been made or what's happened. So usually, you can tell by the way they play if a deal is made. Letter raised to 750. Remember, there's always something to play for here. Meaning that the first place does get that seat to the win, where they can win millions more. Yes. That's right. I remember that. That's right.
That's right. I remember that.
Yes. And we stopped that. I think it adds a lot more to the game. People have asked in the past to have the antes removed. I think it actually just spices up the pot.
I'm in total agreement with you, Matt.
Yeah.
I also just think, look, these final tables take a long time. For players, for staff, for dealers, for the casino. You know, adding more duration by taking the antes out of play during heads up, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
We like action.
We like action. Unfortunately for action lovers, many heads-up players have realized that with the big blind ante, there's actually a strong incentive to mostly limp from the button. So that's how the action typically starts now, instead of with a raise.
Yeah, did you notice that, Tony, that big blind ante changed some strategy in these tournaments?
I'm certainly no heads-up expert, but yes, I was never that comfortable in the arena of heads-up, but my understanding was that you were still open with a raise in most situations, and once they introduced big blind ante, the odds became so great for the in-position player that nearly every hand became playable given the price and position that you have. And so, yeah, all of a sudden, literally every hand is a limp, and then you kind of go from there.
5,000 bet and called, 500,000 bet and called on the flop, Jack 8-7, a 9 on the turn.
Pot brewing right away. 1.9 million is the lead. The Hollederer.
Lot 8, 7, voor, turn 9. Eli Fisz. Eli bet 1.850.000. Het is de welkom voor jullie voor ooit te gaan met de pot. Die gaat naar 1.
Nice, big pot there. Yeah, I agree with that. No, nobody does. It's pretty standard. I'm not sure about that.
Wordt er gezegd van India en wordt gepold door de Philippe Tablet. Het is 750.000.
Jack 8-8 on that flop.
Dat is 400.000. Philippe Kolt vindt het alleen met 400.000. De turn 7.
7 on the turn will complete 9-10. $7 million price of Hollederer. Just let it go.
Nice, making ground. Up 11 million to 19 million. Yeah, there's also that of the thing that they do to leave a chip behind when they move all in, because they know they can collect the entire ante if they don't get called that last chip. With the big blind ante, I've seen that quite a bit lately as well. The biggest change is probably it's a lot more serious. It used to be a lot more
Social.
fun.
It was a social game.
Yes. It used to be a lot more social. Now everybody seems a little more serious. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I'm not sure.
I think it's. I was gonna say I think it's an economic thing. I think that you just can't really afford to not take poker seriously these days if you're playing regularly, because the other serious and well-studied players around you will just smash you to pieces. Um, in the poker boom days, also, there was so much money flowing through the poker ecosystem because we had sites that could sponsor players into major fields that could satellite players in on satellites where they would say it's one seat must play satellites online, so you couldn't have players winning multiple seats and just kind of grinding satellites for a living. It was just a very, very different era in terms of how money moved, and so it was so much easier to not take it seriously when, hey, this is a bit of fun money anyway.
That being said, Tony, I think that you'll find that the play at Thunder Valley is a lot like the old style.
It is, but my prediction is that this is going to be a little bit tougher than people think. I just think that all of 2023 is going to be a down year for the poker ecosystem. Despite the numbers that we've seen in Amsterdam, I think if you're an American and you're grinding the tournament scene right now, it's impossible not to notice that the grinders are putting in volume right now. And I think we're going to see more grinders, more professionals making the short trip out to Thunder Valley than we have had in recent years. And the reality is, pretty much everybody is considerably poorer than they were a year and a half ago at the peak of the asset boom. And the end result is there's just a lot of professionals where if they think there's a good poker game somewhere, they're making the effort, they're traveling to it.
We'll talk about it at the end of the day tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see, but I bet you're going to find it.
Yeah, no, I'm sure.
It sure was that way last week for the one.
Yeah, I'm sure it's still going to be a great tournament, but
Yeah.
I think it might be a little reggier than people would be guessing. I've played a number of times at Thunder Valley. I know exactly what you mean. It's a great stop.
We got a bet there and a call. We're on the flop, 10-10-3 on that flop, 500,000. Bet by Fisz. And continues to be. Making $1 million a hand here. Now 12 to 18. No, I did not. I said $1 million. I would not say that. Hollederer has raised. Sorry, he's called. B450, raised by Fisz. And the flop is 7 trade deuce. Have diamonds, deuce of diamonds, and the 3 of hearts. Fisz is first to act. Going to continue here for 500,000. And the call. Turn is a 4 of hearts. Hollederer checks. Ice checks. And the other card is another heart. Queen of Hearts. Now Philip bets 1 million.
Ooh, this is going to be a big raise right here.
Raise to 4 million.
It was a quick one, too, if you notice.
Drie zegen, tweede, third en vierde ridder af. Drie handen op tafel. Philippe maakt de bed van 1 miljoen. Eli reist naar 4 miljoen.
They fold here, and they're just about dead even in chips.
I think a backdoor flush is certainly possible, as is, you know, a river queen. I mean, just the speed of the raise, though, makes me think it's probably even stronger than a river queen, because this was like a river 2 pair. Because it was just like, it was instant. And then you have seen some live tells from Fisz. Obviously, the most notable one was having pocket kings and being able to share fist pumping with action still behind. But it tells me that he's not super conscious about what his body language communicates, and just the automatic nature of that raise. It was just a no-doubter. I think he made a pretty strong hand.
They're talking again. You can hear what they're saying. Do you believe in momentum, Tony?
I believe in momentum's effect on confidence. And playing with greater confidence is real and tangible.
Okay.
Some of it can just be a matter of when you've been winning recently, it feels like you're playing with found money. And so it makes you a bit more risk tolerant, and you actually apply more pressure to your opponent because you're like, hey, I can afford to lose this money anyway. So there's sort of a cascading effect there.
I mean, they're even in chips, but if you're in Philip's seat, you might be thinking this is kind of slipping away from you now, even though he's complete control.
Probably not. He's lost some chips, but I don't think he's made any major missteps or had anything all that tragic happen to him that would throw him off center. Going up to 750 now. Now, Frank, I was thinking about your question about what's changed most in poker in my time, and Matt's answer about it being less fun, less social. And I think one thing that ties all of those together is the ubiquity of smartphones, because it used to be when you showed up to the table, you know, it was a social game, whether you really liked it or not. You were sitting there with 8 or 9 people, and you were either going to be part of the conversation or you're going to be watching a sports game over somebody's shoulder. And that was about it for your options. But in the age of smartphones and headphones, a lot of players, they get to the table, the second they're out of a hand, their face is right back on their screen. Or they might be wearing headphones and AirPods the entire time they're at the table. And so it's become, even at a live poker table, a much more independent game than it used to be. Right. All right, back with Hollederer. And a quick fold.
Man, I'm not exactly sure. You know, I could probably check quick. Let me have a look. I'll have an answer for you in one moment here.
Eli met van 750.000 wordt naar 2 miljoen.
Oh boy. These guys are. Let's go. So to answer your question, it's going to depend a little bit on stack size. But at many stack sizes, the only hand that opens by folding from the small blind is 3-2 offsuit. As you get a little bit deeper, say like 40 big blinds, 7-2-0, 4-2-0, and 3-2 offsuit fold. And then there's a mix of raising and limping with a lot of different hands. But yeah, you know, if you wanted to just give yourself a shortcut and say, when I'm the small blind in a heads-up game with the big blind ante, I never fold, you wouldn't be making much of a mistake. Yeah. I don't think you would have found many takers back then. Yes, you could. Another massive change between now and then is payout structures. They've been posting these on Twitter recently. People posting payout structures from about 15, 20 years ago. And there's just like a dramatic difference in how top heavy it was. You know, just like first place was getting like 40, 50% of the prize pool.
It used to be 40-20-10, and I was a big part in changing that. It was always 40-20-10.
Yeah, that's just nuts. I'm glad you were vocal about making that change, because it would have been really, really bad for the poker ecosystem to just have it be so top heavy for so long. I haven't gotten to play one yet, so I don't have much of a take from experience. I do think it's kind of good that we've basically said, hey, a percentage of the payouts are just going to be distributed mostly by random. I think that gives recreational players a better chance of having a big score in a tournament, and it creates a little more of a lottery atmosphere, a lottery aspect. And I think that's good. I think too much money getting concentrated in the hands of the best players is not good for our game's longevity. But I'm curious to hear Matt's take.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I just think I think that it's a one-off event. I don't want to see, a series of them. I think that
Right.
it's more of a specialty type event, but I do like it. I've always been a fan of bounty tournaments from way back. I think that creates a different excitement to an event. So yeah, I think that's good. And like I said, the way the Win does it is amazing, and they have a professional announcer come in and do it. Really creates a huge buzz in the room. So I'm a fan. Yeah.
Okay, so now you're talking me out of being a fan.
Yeah, exactly.
When I think about the people who have won the huge bounties, the huge mystery bounties, then I'm like, maybe these things aren't so great.
Fives may have chip lead here, or it might be dead even. Wow. Yes. That would be great if that's what it is. I'm serious. I'm serious. He said it. Oh, that's great. Mhm.
doe maar, tuurlijk, je moet doen wat je wil. Oh, we play.
Yes. We've done those at the World Series back in the day. We used to do those. $1,000. Mhm. No, I almost picked one up in China, but I actually did pick one. I picked a couple of them up, but I gave them away as gifts. No. Not a fan. It does look comfortable. I was just say it does look comfortable. I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah, actually, Marcel Loos was one of my favorite players when I was coming up as a teenager because I admired his style. I was a big fan of the way he would dress at the table, and so yeah, I've got a bunch of suits hanging up in my closet that they don't get as much use as they used to. Yeah, the suit is, yeah. I think we're going to see less and less suits in the coming years as people continue to work more from home and going into the office becomes less and less of part of working life.
I know Frank's not going to love this, but I've kind of ditched the ties.
Ties are almost non-existent.
I think I'm pretty much done with ties. But
Yeah.
I think in Holland there's no ties at all.
Yeah, the tie is quickly becoming an anachronism, where it's just like, oh, a tie, are you doing a very specific kind of work? Are you getting married? Well, then why are you wearing one? Quite a pot brewing here on the turn. I guess it looks like Fisz may have bet out of turn. Yes, exactly. So now Hollederer has the option to check, and in most casinos he will be forced to continue with that bet should Hollederer check. If he were to bet, then I think he gets his options available to him.
Glad you know the rules, Tony. That's good. Not enough players know the rules, which is great. Some people say you cannot even bet out of turn with your heads up. It's like even when you're betting out of turn, it doesn't matter because it's heads up. Yeah, that's one of your pet peeves as well, is what? People not knowing the rules. Right. That was always my favorite ruling, was whenever I would make a ruling at the table and they'd say, "Are you sure?" And people would kind of look at me and laugh, and this player I didn't know, and he would say, "How do you know? Are you sure that's the rule?" I said, "Because I wrote it. So that's why I know it's a rule." Because I wrote the rule. Yeah. I don't like when they tell Jack to call Matt. That's what always bothers me because it really bothers him, and it bothers me that they do that too. I do too. It's nice to see him win the GPI award this year. It's been too long. How are you? You should. At least it's a fellow countryman, you know. Fives with the chip lead now. Up to 17 million.
Nearly dead even at this stage of the match. But these blinds keep things under 40 bigs.
First place prize of 400,000 in an event like this.
The prime at the World Championship at the win, Frank, was first place with $793,000 for a 1K.
That was so nuts.
That's incredible. Yeah, it's incredible. Laura Eisenberg, who finished second in that event, actually went to Amsterdam, which is great. It's great to see her over there.
Who won it? Was that Andrew Moreno?
No, that was
Stephen Song.
Stephen Song.
Oh,
Ended up winning Player of the Year because of it.
No, Andrew Moreno won the 10K win. Yes.
That's correct. Another crazy event.
Steve Song. Not just some random player, but
Yeah, it was actually, a pretty stacked final table of that 1K.
Yeah.
You would expect when you see the field, like, hey, maybe we'll know one person at this final table, but no.
yeah. Tom Middleton, 11th. Katie Liebert, 13th. Jared Jeffy. Yeah, a lot of big names going deep there. Theo Tran, 32nd.
There's a name I didn't think you would know. Theo Tran.
Of course. And Noah, who used to be my boss as well. Noah Buchan.
Oh. You have great dealers in Holland, yeah?
There are some great dealers, but a lot of the dealers here are from the international circuit. They're just higher because there's a lot of poker tournaments, of course, but we always have a shortage. And there's a big tournament like the WPT Prime coming to town. They hire some of the more experienced dealers as well. Usually we'll see them at the feature table. But of course, there are great dealers in the Netherlands. Some of them go to other tournaments in Europe as well. Which casino in the United States has the best dealers? Is there a difference, a big difference between?
I think when you get the smaller events, I think when you have your choice of hiring who you're going to hire, it makes it better. So when you talk about doing that, like the bigger the event, the harder it is to get a great staff of dealers. But if you're going to do just a small event or something like that, you have your pick. Seminole Hard Rock has great dealers from top to bottom because they use a traveling staff. So over the years, you weed out the ones that aren't necessarily the best, and so at this stage, pretty much anybody that works there is really good. Then you have the big events during the summer where it's difficult even to find enough dealers to run your event, so it makes it tougher.
My first year at the World Series, I was hanging out in the dealer break room and met up with this guy, one of the dealers, just sitting there as well, doing nothing, taking his break, talking a little bit with him, and then every time we saw each other, we would just say hi over the summer. Next summer, same thing. That was Andy Tillman. He became dealer of the year.
That's right.
And dealer, of course, before. He's out in King's Casino a lot these days.
He'll be working with me in Slovakia, so I'm excited about that.
He lives in Europe now.
He's half the man. He's half the man he used to be.
Yeah, literally. I think he lives in Denmark.
I think so.
Married to a Danish.
Danish or not Dutch, right?
No.
You get that confused all the time, I'm sure.
Some people do. It's close though.
Mhm.
And there's this little country called Germany between us.
Yeah.
Check on the flop, and then Hollederer takes it down on the turn. Still about even.
Hey, Eli, champagne spuiten straks, hè? Ja.
Mij alsjeblieft.
Ja, echt wel. Ja, op jouw spuit het anders.
Oh.
Geluk. Zeg ik even toch?
Ja.
Oh, shit.
Hello, Johnson. How you doing? I'm seeing you guys too. Yes, definitely there are talks, but as of yet, nothing.
Matt, another tough question for you, but how was Eric Bana? I imagine you still hang out with him.
Eric Bana is not a great actor in my opinion, but he is very funny. He's actually a comedian, and it was not a comedic role, so
Right.
I think he wasn't great, but I think he's very funny. He did impersonations of me and a bunch of different people while we were doing that on set. And he was great at it.
When I lived in Australia, it was near the height of Eric Bana's movie stardom.
Yes.
And all the Australians were like, "This is ridiculous. Eric Bana is not an actor. He's a comedian."
He's
you
a
know?
comedian, exactly.
We don't take that guy seriously.
But he did do a great movie called Chopper. If you ever get a chance to see it.
I think I might. Was that a military movie?
No, he was kind of like a bad guy.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm thinking of something else.
His name is Mark Chopper in the movie. Mark Chopper Reed.
Yes.
Oh, he was. Was that a gangster movie?
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah. Was he maybe in prison for a while in that movie?
Right. Yep.
Yeah. No, that you're right. That was good.
I don't think you ever made a better movie than that.
I like Troy and I like Munich.
Munich was. You know what? Munich might be his best movie.
Yeah. Queen on the river here.
Finding Nemo. He was
in
that.
Finding Nemo.
Yeah.
Wow.
He was a hammerhead shark.
All right, that was his best movie. No doubt. All right, 2 million from 5.
It doesn't look like a guy who wants to call. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, there it is.
You know what? The military movie I was thinking of that he had a pretty big part in. You'll remember this. This is a good one. Is Black Hawk Down.
Oh, there you go.
Does he call with just a 4? Yeah, good call. Nice call.
It didn't take a long time to make that call either. So it puts Philip back in the lead with 18 million.
And Drew Barrymore, you're still on speed dial with her?
I have a signed poster from her. She was very nice.
She seems very nice. She's got that daytime talk show now.
Yeah.
It seems like a perfect fit.
Yeah, she doesn't take herself too seriously, which I like.
She looks like she's fun to be around.
Yes. Robert Duvall took himself seriously, that's for sure.
I've
I can
heard
believe that.
He kind of was the alpha of that set. That's for sure.
Isn't he like some right-wing nut job these days? Or?
I don't know.
I can't remember.
I don't think so.
Oh, sorry.
I've not heard of.
Maybe you're thinking of James Woods?
No.
Now, James Woods, I do have on my speed dial. James Woods and I are actually friends.
James Woods loves poker. He really likes being
loves
around it.
Yeah. He is a right-wing nutjob.
And,
Sorry, Matt.
it's comedy to me, actually. You know, you just don't take it all too seriously. It's kind of
I
funny.
think I was
Yeah.
thinking of John Voight, who's the right-wing nutjob. Kind of looks like Robert Kraft.
James Woods is actually a genius, by the way.
Genius in what way?
He's like
Smart.
Mensa level. He's like,
Yeah.
his IQ is something ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
All right, guys, let's that one go. The momentum has swung the other way here.
Yeah, for sure. The last actor I'm gonna ask you about, like the biggest name of them all in that movie, Daniel Negreanu. How was he?
Daniel and I are friends. We actually sit next to each other at the hockey games here in town. He's opinionated. He's got some opinions I don't agree with. Let's just say that.
I think Daniel's kind of cool in recent years, though.
Definitely has.
Right? You agree?
Yeah. And I think some of that was probably by the people that he's being sponsored by, probably telling him to cool it a bit. But at the same time, he got married, kind of
Right.
settled down a bit, which is good. We all need to mature.
Daniel's always been incredibly nice to me. When I started my new site, I had no visitors. The site wasn't even online. And I asked him for an interview. He said, sure. And we talked for like an hour.
Oh, great.
No problem. And, stuff like that. He didn't need to do it. He didn't have to. He did. I once interviewed him a couple years ago. We talked for like an hour. And then after the hour, I said, damn it, I never hit the record button. And we did it all over again. No problem. That's, to me, tells me, he's a good guy, at least to me. You will never hear a bad word about Daniel Negreanu from me, unless he does something bad.
Well,
yeah, I mean, I'm honest still, but he's always been super friendly and incredibly nice to me.
Of Daniel's various poker accomplishments, the one I find most impressive is just how much time he will give to poker fans.
Yeah.
I mean, if you see him interacting with people who want pictures or a conversation or what have you at the World Series, World Poker Tour events, fill in the blank, he's just incredibly generous with his time. He just never says no to anybody, and he's under a really heavy spotlight, and he just kind of seems to be a natural at it.
Yeah.
Get back to that thought in a second, because I want to talk more about that. But we have a raise here.
Mm-hmm. Up to 950, and Hollederer will make the call. So a couple million in the pot going into the flop. And it is Queen 8-6, two hearts and a diamond.
This is real quick with deciding that. 750?
Now, I'm a fan of that. Are you a fan of that as well, Tony?
So long as you're consistent, because then if you're not, you have timing tells. And somebody astute will pick up on the fact that when you're really quick, you're certain of your hand quality, and when you're a bit more slow, you're uncertain of your hand quality. And then you start to get exploited. And Hollederer going up to 2 million. Oh man, we're going to a 3-bet flop. It's going to be about 4.5 now. We might see the money go in here. It's a very draw-heavy board.
Raises 3-bet to 4.2 million.
last time we saw a 3-bet on the flop, it worked. Hollederer takes a different approach this time. That's a call.
Okay, well these guys started pretty even in chips, if I saw correctly. So this could be the deciding hand here, guys. It looks like Hollederer does have the actually the chip lead, pretty decent sized one. I guess I missed it. He regained some ground here. 4 clubs on the turn.
Well, 5-7 gets there.
And I think that may be.
Hormone.
I think it might just be an all in. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
And a call.
Show me, it says.
And we have ace-8 for Fisz, I believe, up against 9-4 of hearts for Hollederer. So Hollederer in with the draw, any 9, any 4, any hearts.
Wow.
Fisz with the ace-8, looking to hold. We go to a river. It is the 3 of hearts, and Hollederer with a dramatic river will capture the win here in Amsterdam. We played a great final table here today, guys. A lot of poise, great calm at the table. And a nice win here over Fisz to take home our WPT Prime title.
Going to Vegas, playing the World Championship, along with the money that he's won here today.
The lone German taking home the win. 161,552 euros. Wow. And the tickets, like you said.
Started off pretty slow today, but it kind of turned to an exciting final table, Tony. I think you would have to agree with that.
Absolutely, yeah. You know, very slow in the early goings. A lot of folding and trying to ladder up. But once we got short-handed, you know, the gloves came off, and we saw some great poker.
You gotta see a great tracksuit over there in Vegas.
Yes, we are. We'll keep an eye out for him.
Can't miss him. Wow.
Fun. Thank you so much for joining us today, Frank. You've done a great job as well.
Yeah, been great having you in the booth.
Thanks for having me.
And, I think our next stream is coming up in a couple months. So Tony, it's always great to work with you. I always learn a little bit more every time I talk with you on these streams, and I hope others do the same. So I want to thank you. And
Always a
again,
pleasure, Matt.
our winner, Philip Hollederer, with 186,178 US dollars, and again that seat to the WPT Championship in Wynn Las Vegas. I think that's not much more to say. There's Pinky getting his phone number so she can send him the seat, and he'll be taking pictures. It's photo time and champagne time for the winner. They always do a champagne toast, isn't that right?
They do, usually.
Yeah. I miss that. We don't do that as often here in the United States as we used to. So it's always nice to see. All right, take us out, Tony.
All right, well, Frank, Matt, it has been a pleasure being in the booth with you today. Congrats to all of our final tablists, and especially Hollederer for his win. And from all of us here at the World Poker Tour, thanks for tuning in today. See you next time.
bijna doorheen. Nee, ze staan koud. Thumbs up. Yeah. Now the expert.
Amsterdam winner.
Hey, succes man. Fijne
Just
avond.
say, hey, it's me. So I will. Yeah. You're gonna take pictures by yourself, then with the team, then with your friends, your family. Alecito, are you? Alecito.
champion. We have a great winner here. Center stage here at Holland Casino. My goodness, it's all over. Alex Gray, what do you think? We have 1,000 players that started. 1,000 players. There's only one champion. He's here tonight. He's a gentleman that did not expect to win. Let's hear it from Willem Roebroek. Yeah! What are you thinking right now as you will run this championship with all the money? No luck. This man has done it. He beat some of the greatest players in the world here tonight. Now, Alex Gray is here to ask a few questions for our champion, Philip.
Maybe 30, 40 seconds, okay? So just me and you, then we're going to get the gentleman. Just have you step over a minute, gents. And no, we're just going to have you push this way. We're just going to move in. I'm just going to have you. Just going to have you just move. Make sure we're good. Just make it. Back. Good test shot, looks good. 20 seconds, down the camera, big smiles, there we go. Congratulations, son. Big smiles, buddy.
Tell me a joke.
Okay.
And you
Henry, let's go in.
want that trophy and stuff like that?
Marcel, Richard, let's all go in.
After all this is going, is there anything you would like to do? You want to do a trophy night, cards? What would you like to do? When everybody's finished, is there any photos that you would like to take? Do you want like a trophy? Do you want cards? Go. Alright, can we get everybody in first? Let's go.
Take the cuts now or later?
Okay, Lee. 20 seconds. Big squats, everybody. Here we go. Champagne. Then just me and you. And Hillary.
Wait, can we do a do we go?
Yeah, yeah. He has no champagne.
Wait,
Give
is
yourself a
this
champagne.
is this
Oh,
your
no,
I look
champagne?
serious.
You want to do serious?
Well, you
We're
go
gonna do
serious.
serious.
They can cheer.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, Alex. Come again? Yeah. Yes, please. On the count of three, and give me a big shout. 3, 2, 1, go. And then just me and you very briefly. We're going to do a trophy. Big trophy.
Drink it, chug it.
So, big. Heavy. This is yours.
Oh my God, that's really heavy. Wow, amazing.
You want to stand for this one? Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Very gents.
I just lift, can you just lift it up?
Just let me see if I can fit it in.
Because I want it to fall.
And then, yeah. Yeah, perfect. Very good. Awesome. Big smiles, Bill.
Keep doing it, it's kind of heavy. I have to work out for that.
That's why you're wearing your jumpsuit.
Is there anything else you'd like to do? Any moments? Yeah. Get a raise on LTD and Mickey. Yeah. Wrestling. Manny, congratulations, sir. Enjoy your evening. Okay, now we're doing the interview.